I was thinking like balsa.
Yeah, it actually...
It's balsa, only not shit.
Right. It actually does look very much like a balsa tree, but it is supernaturally resilient. You know, it might be called a real myth because it's grown using mithril.
Oh,
Really?
Just throwing that out there.
I was just wondering where it came from because like, what's this? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, you probably have never heard of it. Gale's heard of it. He has some. He probably doesn't know where it comes from, but he could roll nature on it.
Is this like a material in the world that exists that Gil only knows?
No, it's known. Like, you know, people
How
know
would
about it.
how would he know about it? He's from underground. There's no trees underground.
Well,
That's a good point.
I don't know. Ask him.
Hale, how
Hey.
do you know these things?
Hey, this is some weird sort of fucking magical wood. I ain't never heard of it. Where you getting it from? Are you some kind of elf? You gotta tell me if you're an elf.
Not an elf.
Is that a problem?
It's good that the one person here who is part elf is actually not here.
Alright, anyway, we already got inspiration dealt with. Shifted to the appropriate people. Let's see. Let's start, because we said we were going to start doing this at the start of sessions instead of the end, and because Vasu wasn't here last week. Let's go ahead and do our nightly news with Ace. We're going to jump back to like the morning before you guys showed up at the Rib of the World.
Alrighty. So Ace gets his little contraption set up in the kitchen. He gets all prepared, gets his little papers all in a little row, and it's like, all right, we have lots of news to cover. But thanks for being patient with our sabbatical. I know we were off the air for a while. So first off, lead. Lots of lead. Gale purchased a lot of lead. Cursed gold, but it's fine. When we were traveling, though, we ended up coming across a huge horde of undead that decided to follow our ship. Thanks to our brave captain, we were able to hide from a giant swarm of what appeared to be scorpion wasps, which we later found out carried the infection. So thank you, Captain. You saved us from becoming the undead. Unfortunately, due to our brave captain once again, we ended up landing in a city full of undead, and we were attacked by vampires because we thought it was the city we were going to. It was not. We fought our way out. Vasu, unfortunately, had extreme diarrhea, so he was not able to join us for this. And when we finally made it to Bastion, we learned a little bit more about Black Birch and the Rib of the World. This morning, we arrived at the Rib of the World, and it looks like there are various mausoleums and some crashed ships, so hopefully everything will be fine.
Yeah, and just a quick recap, because Vasu wasn't here. Let's see. So the first place that you stopped at, the vampire town, Black Birch, kind of look like this. Yeah. You stopped there for a moment, found out it was the wrong place, and fucked off before anything terrible could happen. Then you flew a little bit longer, made it to Bastion. This is the town where you guys rested for the night. It is where you guys got your weapons kind of magicified. Kind of just a quiet little podunk town, not much going on there. And you probably just went into the tavern and slept because of your plot sickness. But you would remember it if it ever comes up later.
Cool. Hey, while we were getting our weapons magicified, Vasu would very meekly ask if anybody minds if he takes a small loan from the party fund to do that too, because he's kind of a broke bitch right now.
Fine by me.
I'll pay you guys back, I promise. You know I'm good for it. I know plenty of people.
Are we going to take the money from those people?
Nah.
How does that help?
It's a long story.
You guys would
I
know.
like long stories.
You guys would know that apparently you have like a shitload of gold ready to be split in the party loot anyway, so you can probably just divvy that up if you want.
I'd be okay with that too.
Yeah, I guess we might as well do that like while we're in town. What did we do? Did we decide on like a base amount we want to just always keep in the party fund, like 100 gold or something?
I think we said all the gold, all the silver and copper can just stay in there, and then I don't think we decided on how much gold.
Right. Because at the moment, all the silver and copper adds up to like 5 gold. So I don't know if we want to have a little bit more in there, or if we're like comfortable with that amount.
I think we should probably try and keep like 100 in there at least.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
All
Just at least enough so that if we need to buy like a potion or two, then we can.
Right. Okay, I'll do some math real quick and divvy up the rest of the party gold, leaving 100 gold in there. In fact, is it safe to assume that we were able to find somewhere, either in Thorngrove or in Bastion, to sell our jewelry and art objects that we found in the Dwarf Giant's Keep, or do we need to like wait till we find a better town for that?
Almost certainly. You would have been able to do it in Thorngrove because it's a big trade city. I was actually about to ask, did you guys already do that? Or am I going crazy?
We didn't. I
Okay.
don't remember.
No, yeah, the party loot still shows like jewelry and art objects worth 220
Yeah.
gold.
Okay, I was just making sure that we didn't like sell it and forget to update it. In that case, up to 2 of you, give me persuasion checks to just see if you can find a good buyer, get a good deal, all of that sort of thing. It likely
Like
would have
mounted.
been, yeah, probably would have been Thorngrove. They don't really have a whole lot of money going around back in Bastion.
Would probably have been Moat and Gale then. Or not Moat, Flick and Gale, but didn't Moat stay with the ship?
Yes, and Moat was with the ship, so
Right.
probably would have been Flick and Go.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Oh no.
Off to a good start.
Great. Go, Gale, go.
And then, yeah, persuasion from Gale.
Can I, since we're specifically selling jewelry, can I try to like barter with jeweler's kit to like
That's
vouch for the quality of these items?
sure. Did you actually go? You did go down. That's right, because you met up with Gale. Yeah, I'll let you give either one of them advantage because of your jeweler's kit proficiency.
Okay,
Yeah, but he was
I'm gonna let-
flying overhead the entire time.
Yeah, if you are willing to risk dropping down into the city for a bit, which you did a couple times, that's fine. So you can choose.
Yeah,
one
I mean,
of them
if
to
we're
do.
doing it to make money, I'll absolutely drop down.
Alright. Do I have advantage or do you want?
The idea was that you were up there because this town wasn't very friendly toward your type of your Aarakocra-ness. So I don't
That's
know if they were like, "What's this thing coming to my shop to barter with me?"
I
What
mean,
are
all
you?
I
Be
would
my
really
wingman,
do
Flutter.
is put on shoes, and I just look like a normal Aarakocra.
Yeah, you also could have just kind of like, what is the word? You could have explained things to them, told them what to say, like tell them that this is a tanzanite and it's good for this and this and this.
Yeah.
One way or another, you can help them.
Yeah, I'll help. I'm gonna roll a d2 to decide who gets it. One is Flick, 2 is. Okay, reroll Flick.
Okay.
Good luck. Unless you want to just let him take a 23, I'm okay with that too.
I will re-roll it.
God damn it.
Oh no,
Guy.
Okay.
It's okay.
So you're having a little bit of trouble because you keep running into places that are very obviously treating you like outsiders. You're able to sell off a little bit to this guy who seems friendly on the docks, but he just has a limited amount of money. There's only so much that he's really willing and able to buy from you. I will say that you're able to sell off 50 gold worth. You do get the full 50 gold's worth out of it, but you are still stuck with 170 gold that you are not able to sell in Thorngrove. So just convert 50 gold from jewelry into raw currency, and then you guys can split it all.
Got it.
Vasu, for now, go ahead and plan on having your weapons magicified, but we'll deal with splitting the loot here in a bit, because in like 6 minutes my food is going to get here, and then you guys can talk amongst yourselves and split the gold and whatnot. We'll save
Yeah,
it for then.
I'll just take it out of the gold I have on hand for now. We're gonna split money.
Sounds good. All right.
Also,
yeah, go ahead.
also, if we're gonna be looting out gold, I might magic my weapon too, because that's a lot. Now I'll have a lot more money.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Anyway, when we left off, you guys had just reached the Rib of the World, and you had kind of approached a part of it where you saw that there were some signs of civilization, some abandoned buildings, as well as occasional clusters of undead. Everybody decided to kind of start their investigation looking for the mausoleum up at this northeastern building, because there was a ship next to it that seemed interesting. there had been a little bit of preliminary investigation of the ship, but meanwhile, Nordo and Moat were taking a look inside the front door of the building. And that brings us to... here. The rest of you guys are nearby. You can be right behind if you'd like. But Nordo and Moat, as you kind of peek in, the first thing that you saw, if I remember correctly, was in Primordial, written along the entryway, up along the top, was a sign calling this the Mausoleum of Ash. You can see inside that there is a lot of damage that's been done. It's not clear immediately what from, but you can see that some of the wall has caved in. One of the pillars is kind of crumbled. And you have also noticed that there are two humanoid bodies. One is kind of strewn across the rubble to your left, and one is slumped against the wall deeper in the darkness to the right.
Just out of curiosity, what like dialect of Primordial is it? Or can I tell? I speak Aquan.
Yeah, it's easy enough to tell. It is Ignan, so it is kind of the fire bent.
Got it.
Correct, Vasu. It is literally just your weapon is now magical. If you want, you can choose some sort of very minor cosmetic effect, like maybe it glows a cool color, or maybe it like sounds like lightning when you swing it. Your call.
Okay, I'm gonna have to think about that.
Yeah, think long and
Probably
spent-
something fiery, right?
Yeah.
I spent all week thinking about mine.
I spent last 5 minutes thinking about it, and I have two options now. One is just gonna have an appended magnifying glass for a scope. And the other one is it's just gonna give off shadowy.
I like it. So obviously Moat's not here, but Nordo would definitely be like, hey Moat, you want to lead the way with that torch of yours and have him like go forward? Because I know his torch like reveals invisible creatures and such.
Sure. I'll say that he'll basically just tag right alongside whoever wants to take the lead that is currently here.
Okay.
He will be here soon. His haircut got delayed a little bit, but he'll be joining us shortly.
Yeah.
But his Moat or his torch.
I'll take point.
I say I'd like to lead the way with Vasu as well, and just before even walking in, just look into the room and see if I see any movement, anything in there that looks alive or dangerous. And I do have my night vision goggles on.
Okay.
You have night vision goggles?
Dark vision goggles.
That's the same thing, but that's rad as fuck.
They were available for purchase in Bastion if you'd like to buy some.
They were.
Yeah, but I didn't have any money back then.
No, you did retroactively.
We sold everything at Bastion and
How
Thorngrove.
much? Okay, I'll ask how much those are later. But
Yep.
I think it was what, like, I have it written down somewhere. I'll double check.
okay, no worries.
But
But yeah, for now, just scanning for danger.
Yeah, and Moat's torch, which he's holding in his offhand, does shed 30 feet of dim light. That is disadvantage on perception checks, which is the exact same as night vision, but because you have night vision stacked with dim, it becomes bright. So Nordo, go and give me a perception check just straight. Okay.
Nice.
Alright. Excellent.
Starting the night out right.
Yeah, so as you take a look inside, there are a few things that you notice. The first is that these two humanoid bodies look not necessarily fresh, but no older than maybe a couple of weeks. In other words, they don't look long decayed. They don't look like zombies or long dead corpses. They look relatively recent. The next thing that you notice is that for some reason, and you're not entirely sure, there is a buildup, like there's ash all along the floors here that just kind of swirls with the wind as it gets caught and twisted around. But there is a buildup of ash in and you,
Interesting.
as you kind of look over there with the glinting dim fire of Moat's torch, you do catch just a couple of weird glints of light being reflected back, like there's some sort of barely visible, slightly reflective surface there.
Gotcha. Like that extends from floor to ceiling, or like it's like a speed bump down there that's like lifting up ash?
The reflected light is at eye level, at least, so you suspect it's at least that high.
Gotcha. And with my last check of last week, I had nat 20'd my survival check looking for tracks. Do the humanoid tracks like lead to where these bodies are?
They do, and you can see that there are signs of a scuffle. There is some sort of conflict that happened here.
Okay. I would just like hold my hand out to stop Moat really quick, and Vasu, if he's with me, and be like, we should probably gather everybody else before we head any further into here. I get the sense this isn't a terribly safe place. Because I think Ace and Gale at least were like poking around at that ship outside still.
Yeah, they were kind of poking around trying to figure out what was going on with the ship. Easy enough to regroup with them. The ship is really only like a minute's walk away. You can basically see it from here. It's just right around the corner. You can call over to them.
Okay. I specifically don't
message over
call,
to them,
but
so we can still quiet.
yes, I gesture to them, but I definitely don't call out loud. But I reckon I will just approach the nearest body very slowly and carefully, and with weapon drawn, kind of half suspecting that it's going to zombify on me any second now,
Sure.
and just inspect the body.
Okay. Yeah, give me investigation.
I'm more looking for like cause of death, if I can sell you on like a medicine check.
Medicine's always fine for that too. As you look it over very carefully, you notice there are some very, very faint scratches along his face. It's an Aarakocra man. Some very faint scratching. A couple of minor, just blunt force trauma injuries around the cheekbone and the neck. But as you take a closer look, you kind of open up its mouth, and inside of its beak, you can see that his entire mouth is just stuffed with ash. His tongue has dried out very quickly. His eyes under the eyelids have ash under them. And you can tell as you kind of feel around the chest that his lungs have kind of collapsed in on themselves. You take a really good look, and it looks like he probably died by asphyxiation.
As soon as I recognize that fact, I take one of my armbands off and tie it around my face like a bandana.
All right.
And then, does he have anything on his person?
Yeah, as you kind of look it all over, you can see that he has a dagger. He's got a coin purse with just a trifle amount of money, probably about a gold and a half.
Okay. I just grab like one of the silver coins from that and just like throw it towards that invisible glinting light that I saw.
Yeah, as you do, it bounces right off. You've rolled really high on your perception. It kind of has just a very, I don't know, it's a little hard to identify the material based on the sound the coin makes when it hits it, but you can rule out stone, you can rule out metal. It doesn't feel quite that hard or that stable.
Okay.
You can also rule out glass. It's not quite that bright. It's more kind of like a soft, almost chunky noise when it hits it. You do see that he's also got 3 water skins, and then a backpack that just has some basic traveling supplies. There's a couple changes of clothing, a bedroll, some rope.
I'll just leave everything where it is, except I'll grab the water skins. Is there water inside of them?
They all appear to be empty.
Okay, never mind. I just leave those as well after checking them for water. And then this other body, is it on like our side of the invisible weird wall, or is it on the other side?
Yeah, it seems to be on your side, and actually, as you kind of look it over, it's propped up in such a way that makes you think it's leaning against this invisible surface. It's kind of propped up in the
Gotcha.
corner.
Okay.
And as you get closer, you can definitely see just a very faint reflection of Moat's torchlight. And you can also feel a subtle chill. It gets a little bit colder as you approach.
Okay. Ooh. Getting this close, does it look like there's like physically something there, or is it like magically invisible?
It looks physical as far as you can tell. And Moat, kind of curious about the same thing, he kind of like backs away and gets out of the torch's radius, and you can still make it out. A little harder to tell because there's no light next to it, but you can still see it enough to know that it is not magically invisible.
this might just be what the drawing looks like, but it look to me like ice?
It does, and because it gets colder when you kind of get close to it, and you can actually see that at the side of this other guy's face, Lizard Folk Man, some of his scales that are resting with his cheek pressed against this wall are just a little frosty.
Okay. And without getting too close to the wall, I would like to just check him for cause of death as well.
Yeah, you take a close look. Give me another medicine check. Oh my god, on point all day today. Same thing. It appears to be asphyxiation. His lungs are kind of imploded. You can see that there are a couple of minor scratches here and there. However, as you're looking him over, you do see that in the inside of his jacket pocket, there is a folded up piece of paper.
Okay, I take it.
And let me see if I can grab that.
Before I take it, I'd take my other armband off and hand it to Moat, and without saying anything, just like gesture for him to do the same thing I've done with mine, and like I grab a handful of ash out of this lizard folk's like mouth and throat cavity and just like drop it on the floor for everyone to see that these guys like are asphyxiating on ash. So hopefully they all get the hint.
I'm pretty sure that we all have things over our face because we were warned to cover our mouths and
Yeah,
nose.
I think that's true. But just in case anyone hasn't already,
Do
then
my
I warn everyone
tentacles
to do
count?
Your tentacles might not do the job.
Like, do my tentacles count?
I tied all his tentacles together to make a little makeshift mask. It's fine now.
I mean, it's about as effective as putting your hand over your mouth. It's useful. It's better than nothing. But yeah, we'll put something over his mouth as well, and then the note. Let's see here. Welcome back.
Thank you.
As you kind of unfurl the note, this is what you see. And I've got to find a better way to show the entire handout on the stream.
Don't fuck with other bodies, probably haunted as shit.
Yeah.
Does this look like a code?
Say this looks
Fine.
like absolutely nothing to me, but I hand it to you, Ace, and say, "Can you make any sense of this, little orc?" Seems up your alley.
I take it and I cock my head side to side. I'm trying to decipher if this is a code or just a weird list of words.
I guess give me an investigation check.
May I
Oh my
help?
god. He doesn't need it, apparently.
Yay.
Ace, you've done a lot of code breaking in your investigative reporting. You recognize almost immediately, just looking at it plain as day, that 2 is B and 5 is E and 5 is E. Those are their places in the alphabet. 20 is T, 12 is L, and so on and so forth. With a crit, you would also... you can tell for sure that the other 2 rows are those same numbers converted to a different system.
Do I recognize it as binary?
Yeah, you would recognize, like, you know, what you understand that in code breaking sometimes it gets translated into other bases. You understand the concept of bases, probably about as well as you do in person.
Okay. Okay, it looks like the first 2 lines are probably the exact same. Yep. So the first line says, I think it says Beetle McClee, and the second one also says Beetle McClee.
Yeah, I can do that. Just a second.
Thanks.
If you need to find it again, it is listed under Moat's notes. I think you guys are all able to see it.
Gotcha. Yep, here it is.
Moat's notes.
Moat's notes. Side note, as Moat steps up, because Nordo has fucking ungodly perception, you do see that faintly, well, actually pretty clearly through whatever this icy invisible surface is, the back wall of this place. There is a square of it, big enough to be like an archway or whatnot, that kind of glows, and as the torch adjusts a little bit, you can see that there is a passageway that seems to light up in the effects of the torch's dim light.
Gotcha. I pointed out to Moat.
Oh no,
We-
the baby.
We hear a wailing from down in the crypts.
You do.
Oh, that's
actually.
haunted.
Yeah, you totally do. You hear that noise from deeper within.
I have
Let
a
us
deep fear
leave.
of babies, so I'll just leave.
Okay, catch you guys later. I got someplace to go.
That sounds incredibly cursed. Let us leave.
Hey, how much does everybody weigh?
That feels like a very personal question.
Check my
35 pounds.
180 pounds.
Mr. Nomad, do you actually give off weight?
Yes. He sounds confused.
Well, your existence is somewhat of an anomaly, and you float
Sure.
everywhere. And I understand that physically, when a bird flies, it's exerting pressure downward, which
Mhm.
maintains its weight. But you just kind of float. You don't actually. I was just wondering if that actually transferred. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
It's all that flapping he does with his tentacles.
Oh, I'm not actually floating as of yet. I'm just gliding very great. It took a lot of time to learn how to do that. The part of the illusion is letting the cloak cover your feet. I'm actually moonwalking everywhere.
I think that's actually probably more impressive.
It's quite a talent.
Thank you. Oh, Flick is so light. Look at this baby.
Right?
Is that with armor?
Probably. I don't think set it other ways very much, does it?
I actually don't know how weights work, so I
I-
literally just looked up
I
weights
know-
based on how.
I know exactly because it was one of the heaviest things on Fekri's inventory. I'm pretty sure it was 12 pounds. Let me go double check that.
Currently, Gale is just writing on a bunch of blue sheets of paper.
Yeah, side note, I just checked those fucking notes and I am so aroused. I can't wait.
Side note, I did that math, and that math is, as far as I know, accurate.
That's awesome. No, I was off by a pound. It's 13 pounds.
Huh. Okay. So. Oh, wrong voice. I hate that. 156 with armor, I guess, unless I calculated it, which I don't think I. Still, he's light. Or he could be 130. 130 without armor. We'll do
How tall is Flick?
5'6".
It's just a low guy.
It's pretty
It's
reasonable.
average. Yeah. Average height.
He just seems tall in this party, considering half of you are like 3 inches tall.
Yeah, you're all really short.
Well, that's very important for the project that I'm undertaking.
Oh, okay.
I can't wait.
Let's I only gave my weight this because I based it off like what the internet said this height should have. I think Nomad would be like lighter. Because look at him.
I mean, you're probably like I mean, not to judge, but octopi are generally like a lot of water, so I
Yeah.
think that they tend to be pretty heavy.
That's accurate. It's like 90%
All water weight.
water.
It's just
I should actually be 20 pounds heavier. It's the ink as well.
wait, you produce ink?
I don't know. I think Fex said I did. Not sure.
Sure, not enough to be like super useful, but as like a mucus, yes, you have some ink that occasionally dribbles out of your nose.
I feel like I stick a quill in my nose sometimes, and I write with it.
Oh, gross. I hate this so much. Who let you play a mind flayer?
You did. You made the race, so it's like. Well, we did, but still, it's the fine tuning of the smaller details. Like, do I have ink?
Oh my god.
That makes it.
It's great. It's fantastic.
Well, I'm gonna go back to the ship. I'm gonna leave Toto with you guys. I have things to do.
Okay.
But what if we find some more coist gold statues in here? Don't you want to pillage?
Immediately stops. And okay. And I go and I climb onto Toto and I continue to just like write and draw on this paper, and I'm not really paying a ton of attention. But
Oh, you know him so well.
Give me a luck check.
Who?
Toto or Gale, either one. Okay. Carry on.
did I nearly step on a pressure plate?
Who knows, man?
Definitely Godzilla laser check. If I just hold like a torch right up to close to the ice wall, does it begin to melt?
Moat's torch or a regular torch?
I get a regular torch out and light it.
Okay. As you pull out this torch and you light it, there's a brief moment, a spark as you kind of flint right next to the cloth, and it takes a couple goes for it to catch. But as soon as it does, there's this overwhelming smell of oil, much stronger than normal when you normally light one of these torches. And the flames of this torch just burst. It's not enough to hurt you or do any sort of damage, but it is just a fireball, probably about the size of, I don't know, like a big dog or something. And it quickly dissipates, and you've got a torch, but that torch it's like really burning bright. It's much more fire. It seems to be burning through the torch faster than expected. And you can tell as you kind of hold it up to this wall, you see little beads of water starting to drip down.
Well,
Ace and Nomad, what are your passive perceptions?
Not good.
My passive perception is a 15.
Ace, probably about 5 or 10 seconds after Nordo lights up this torch and starts kind of holding it up to the wall here, you notice that the wind around you is kind of starting to swirl in unusual patterns. It's picking up these little cyclones or dust devils of ash. And at first it just kind of looks not really natural, but just like a bizarre weather pattern or something like that, like a gust of wind coming over or a new front. But then in one of these little tornadoes, you swear you see a face. And then it kind of just blows away and withers into nothing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Nope. Guys, I have a theory. You know how like those invisible things pick up wind? They probably suffocate those things with windy ash, and I just saw a face in over there, so like, getting some bad juju vibes. And I'm not gonna stand in this spot. You said it was swirling around where I was at?
Yeah,
It was.
kind of
I'm
like-
definitely.
Yeah, kind of like
nope,
all around
nope,
you, right near the entrance to this
Nope.
place.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, Matt, follow me. Nope, we're not standing there anymore.
As Ace and Nomad say this and they start walking in, the rest of you looking back can see forming behind him several vaguely human-looking creatures that appear to just be wind kicking up ash into these very faint humanoid shapes. And you can see that inside of their humanoid forms are little flickers of light, like hundreds of candles that instantly kind of flicker and then flicker out. And as Ace and Nomad start, quickly making their way inside, they follow slowly.
Like roll initiative slowly, or
It depends on how you guys react slowly.
I pull the torch away from the ice wall right away
All right, they don't seem to
and like
change
run
their
over to Ace
behavior.
and Nomad.
All right, yeah, they're still kind of like pushing their way in.
Are
I
these-
tried to communicate.
I've got to. Yeah, I'm gonna.
I guess let's do the hand raise thing in that order. So we'll do Gale first.
Is there a This is like volcanic ash, right?
It certainly seems to be.
Okay.
You're very familiar with it. It seems like the same sort of consistency.
And when we walked in here, can I do some kind of like a science check to see if there's like a change in the air quality? Like there's something in the air that would be causing the torch to be freaking out?
Sure. I'd call that nature. Nothing in here that you can think of. It's not like there's you would know that like some gases cause fire to burn brighter. You would know that gas or fire is fed by oxygen, so if it was very oxygen rich, that could be a possibility. But you don't notice anything like that here. Nothing strong enough or obvious enough to cause that effect.
Okay. That's it. I'll just keep drawing.
Sure, Ace.
I think this
What?
was from last time.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, are these?
Oh yeah, I didn't do anything.
Gotcha. Then I think Nomad was you. You already walked up. Did anyone else have anything? Oh, Nomad wanted to try something.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I actually
gotta
raised my
think.
hand.
I've got a thing for it too after Nomad.
Sure. Also, if I randomly disappear, my food is here, and I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
No problem. Yeah, I just tried to communicate with one of them telepathically.
Sure. What do you say?
First, I say, do not be alarmed. And also, hello.
The closest one out loud, not in your mind, seems to kind of open what appears to be a humanoid mouth, although it's really just swirling ash. And you hear this faint as they continue to kind of push in towards you.
Okay. Are they actually saying anything though?
That seems to be the only noise that they make.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not like Orin.
It doesn't.
So I don't.
Yeah, it's not primordial.
Okay.
So I don't detect any intelligence from them.
You felt like you made some sort of connection. There's some sort of living thing, or at least thinking thing there. But it doesn't seem to be able to react or respond, or it doesn't, or at least that's how it chooses to.
Right. What do I roll to figure out what these are? Like they're undead or something?
You could give me Arcana or maybe Religion, but probably Arcana.
Can I really try religion?
You can.
There.
You get the sense that it's probably some sort of wandering soul that has not found rest. You know that a lot of times when people die without resolution, especially suddenly or violently, with unfinished business, that their souls continue to wander on the material plane instead of moving on to the afterlife. And the ones that cling the most to their old lives usually take the form of visible spirits or specters. That's certainly an option here.
I ask one of them, the one that screeched or whatever. Did you die here?
While you were asking that, who else had like an immediate reaction to saying these things? I think it was Basu.
Yeah, I did. I'm just gonna kind of fly up to the front line too, and kind of look at all of them and address all of them. I'm gonna speak in Orin and just be like, "Don't come any closer. We just want to talk."
All right. At this point, after everybody has kind of done their immediate reaction things, you do see that the one closest to Nomad suddenly lunges forward, and I'll be right back.
Oh man.
Oh, he gives me
Suspense.
pizza. I'm sorry, but I can only eat this if there are brains on it. I
You
mean, I
guys
Oh,
could
did you
eat.
really
see
didn't
that
get me killed while I was
Debbie party
gone.
up on there?
What was that?
I did, thank you. Cool.
Oh yeah, the gold.
So, okay, you lit the torch and then these things just showed up?
Yeah, so basically we found this ice wall. Your torch doesn't seem to do anything except it did reveal that like blue doorway in the back there. But then I lit a regular ass torch and it like the way it was described is kind of like if there's like a bunch of gasoline in the air or something, like it just like flared up huge and is burning extra strong. But as soon as it did that and started trying to melt the ice walls when these guys showed up.
Perhaps they do not like regular fire.
I'm not entirely sure it wasn't a coincidence, but
Do
like
I
they
know
made-
what these things are?
Go ahead and give me Arcana or Religion. Arcana might be a little easier, but Religion could do it.
I have a quick question about the code here. Is there an error in here? Like for the base 7 one, because it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. And if you go by it being base 7, it cannot have 26 BT. So I don't know if like maybe I'm just doing it wrong or if that was an actual error.
I'd have to double check. It is possible that I put an error in there, but in base 10, it does go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Like that
Yes,
is,
but base 7 it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it skips to 10.
Right.
There's no 7 for the base 7.
right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then I am not 100% sure how you did this, so I guess I'll keep working.
Yep. It is possible I made an error, so that is an option. Anyway, with the 14 religion, you would know the basics of undead. You would know that sometimes spirits linger and they can take lots of forms. Being that you're near a mausoleum, that seems somewhat likely, but you don't really know the exact type here or what to expect or whether they can be dealt with or reasoned with. All you really know is that the one closest to Nomad is suddenly lunging for his face, and that will be real initiative.
Also, I figured out it was just me. I was wrong.
Okay.
May I
He
reposition myself?
Yeah, you guys have had time to kind of put yourselves where you want to be.
He wants a kiss. I devour his intelligence.
Perfect.
I very neatly tie my tentacles in a ribbon in front of me. There. Now I have like a cool dwarf beard. Roll initiative, right?
Yep.
Oh, it's so slow. That one is battle scarred for some reason, but they don't have flesh.
Yeah, they don't. The names don't really hold up too well here.
Punchy. Those ones punchy, but they have no flesh.
Alright, Flick, you were the first to respond.
That'll be on the young Ashwind.
Alright, Flick fires a blast of Eldritch Energy, smacks into this thing, and it just dissipates into nothing. As it does, however, Vasu, you are cutting the blast as ashes scatter everywhere, and I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
But I have a sash tied around my beak.
You do, and that gives you advantage.
Okay, cool.
And
Hey!
you are totally fine. Ace, next to respond.
Alright, I'm going to step here real quick, and then I'm going to loose 2 arrows. And they both have advantage because they haven't acted yet. So first one's going to go Battle Scarred.
Alright,
I'm assuming they're not humanoids.
they're not. Easy, it bursts. Again, you see ashes scatter everywhere.
And then I'm Pounchy.
Poof, just like that, easy peasy.
Then I move back over here to where it's most likely safe. But probably not.
All right, Nordo.
All right. I'm not going to bother getting my quarterstaff out. I'm just going to swing the torch itself at. We'll start with Ugly.
All right.
I'm going to just call it an unarmed strike. I don't know how much damage it would actually do. I think 1 fire damage, if I
Yeah.
remember right.
It'll do like a D4 plus 1 fire.
We'll make it
Marginally better than
reckless.
unarmed. Straight through, there's a puff and a burst of ash. Nordo and Moat need to make DC 10 con saves as ash flies into your eyes and nostrils.
With
And you said
advantage
if
from
you-
our sashes.
Yeah, if you have any sort of protection, it gives you advantage. Oh, Moat!
Well,
We're getting started early.
there we go.
Moat! Sounds about right.
Makes a lot of sense, really.
It does. Okay, so Nordo, you are totally fine. Moat is really focused on keeping this torch up, and he gets a big inhale of this ash as it explodes, and just begins choking and coughing. While you're coughing, you can't breathe until the end of your next turn. Speak or cast spells with verbal components.
Dope.
Moat, or sorry,
Okay.
Nordo.
Yeah, I step between Moat and Graceful, and use my bonus action to attack Graceful.
All right. Easy. You run up and just kind of slam the torch through this thing. It dissipates in another burst. I need another con save. Easy enough.
And that's it. Just stay right there.
All right. Elise is gonna see if she can do this from a distance. Doesn't seem to. She bangs her sword against her shield. A ringing noise flies out, but nothing happens. Gale.
Mr. Nordo, how much do you weigh?
425 pounds.
Alright, I just make a note of that.
All right, Vasu. I love
I'm gonna
Gale.
use my spend 1 second to just kind of look over my shoulder at Gale, like, come on, seriously? And then I'm gonna do a real sick, like, I'm gonna fly over here to this wall and kind of foot plant off of it and dash over to this space.
Hell yeah.
Because I'm a monk. I'm a monk with fucking 20 decks. And then I'm gonna try to get to this space and see if attacking them from reach hopefully doesn't make me get a lung full of ash.
Sure. Yeah, you've seen like 4 or 5 of these things pop. You think that being at range should be enough.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pull my spear off my back, and there's gonna be some sort of cool magical effect that I'll describe later when I decide what it is. But
Perfect.
this first one is gonna be on the odd colored ash.
All right. Easy. Just burst into ash.
Cool. And then I'm gonna kick the stocky ashwind in the ash. I think I clicked it. I don't know if it's going through
I
yet.
haven't seen it yet. There it is. Yeah, this burst of fire comes out from your foot. And it engulfs this thing, but does not seem to affect it at all. It momentarily kind of flares up, and as it does, you can see the fire catches it and fully fills out a humanoid shape. You can make out arms and legs and a body and a face very clearly as the fire seems to just ignite whatever this creature is, but only for a moment, and then it flares back down to nothing.
The fire's doing nothing. I don't know what to do, you guys.
Did that not happen when I attacked with my torch?
So the raw impact of the torch seemed to be enough. You probably would have seen it, like, your torch is burning really bright to begin with, but it definitely would have, like, flared up as you swung it.
Gotcha. Also, I guess just slight worth noting here, as I step out like the entrance of this mausoleum, is my flare still, like, going crazy, or is it
It's still
normal?
pretty crazy. It's pretty nuts. Moat. You're coughing and hacking, but you can still do what you want.
Okay,
Unless
I
what you
will.
want to do is cast a verbal component.
Thankfully, that is not what I want to do, so I will just cough and hack my way past Nordo here, and I will just try to, like, swing on this stocky ashwind.
All right. That is plenty. The sword cleaves through. There's another burst of ash. I do need a con save. You're able to shake it off, and by the end of your turn, you'll be able to breathe again.
Cool, that is it.
Alright, brings us to Nomad.
Well, this thing is here. Let's see. It's gonna get ash on me. Oh well, let's do it. I got stuff tied in my face. Let's do it. I'm just gonna try and move it kind of away from me. Let's see. Or I can just try and kill it. Okay, let's do it. Let's try and kill it. This is a disadvantage.
Alright.
It's Nomad 6-2 psionic daggers at it.
The first one flies past. It seems to just dissipate around the sword as it flings through. But the second one does catch it, and it erupts into ash, and I do need a con save from it.
$22.
Yep, that is plenty. There's another burst of ash. Oh no, it's just you in range. As that one erupts and starts to settle down to the ground, however, everything does go quiet again.
I don't know if this really means anything, but this note says, don't fuck with the bodies, probably haunted as shit. So I don't know if touching the bodies activated those or not.
I don't
recommend
think
not
I
touching
touched
any
them
more
before
bodies.
all that.
Mo,
You
what's
say
up?
this?
Okay, you said when he attacked with fire, it looked like a body appeared, kind of. Did it look like ash, clinging to a body, or?
Yeah, you kind of get the impression that there's some sort of invisible, vaguely humanoid spirit, and the ash kind of whips up around it and collides with the skin or the outside of that humanoid shape.
Are there humanoid bodies on the ground now?
No, it seems when they die, they sort of burst. There's a rush of hot wind that escapes from out of them. They don't seem to leave anything behind except for little bits of ash that join all of the other ash everywhere. Nordo.
I want to just quickly scan and see if there are any more of them out there, and also the tracks that I found last time, the weird swirling tracks in the ash. Does it seem like those could have come from these creatures?
Yeah, as you kind of look over everything that just happened, you do see that there are more tracks that are somewhat similar to those. You imagine that might be the case. And give me a perception check. You take a look outside, and you don't see any more shapes like that. You do notice that as moat goes deeper inside, all of the ash that's kind of glistening and swirling around in the air, it does seem to kind of fade away. It's harder to see outside of the torchlight.
Interesting. And I want to just walk, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 feet away from the mausoleum and see if my torch continues to burn unnaturally bright, or if it starts to return to normal.
Yeah, as you kind of head back over towards the rope ladder leading up to your ship where it's kind of tied up, you do notice that as you get farther away, the torch dims down to kind of a normal flame after about 20, 30 feet.
Okay, and then gets bright again as I walk back in?
It does.
Okay. Well, should I continue trying to melt this wall, or are we worried about the effects of that?
Is there any writing on the wall?
Yeah, it was in Ignan, I think.
Unlike the entrance to the mausoleum, there was a message in Ignan.
I will give you a perception.
May I try that with investigation?
Sure, give me investigation to match.
I could use investigation. It's
You're looking for different things. Ace, as you look it over, you don't see any writing on the wall. You use kind of the glinting reflections of Moat's torchlight as well as Nordo's. And it appears to be a fairly smooth surface. However, Nomad, as you're kind of helping look, the two of you both spotted about the same time that there are a couple of places where there are small that seem to.
Oh, very safe.
Do these holes look like natural? Do they look like someone drilled through it? Do they look like they formed naturally,
They're
magically?
they're very smooth surfaced. You imagine they are probably artificial.
And it's just solid ice, right?
It seems to be solid ice. It's very, very clear. Clear enough that Nordo was just barely able to spot it from a pretty close distance.
Can I look around the room to see if there's any other, like, I don't know, like these pirates left any writing or anything? So obviously there's a cipher here, and I don't know if it's like deeper down or if it's in this room. There's a cipher. So can I just investigate the room and see what I can find?
Sure, give me investigation. Nothing that hasn't already been found.
And what did the thing in Primordial say again at the entrance?
Mausoleum of Ash. And it appears to just be kind of like a header for the building. You know, like if you walk into an old bank or whatever, it would have the name of the bank over the arches.
I pick up some ash and I put it in one of the holes.
All right, you put it there. You can see that as soon as it touches, it gets a little bit wet. It kind of turns into this mucky gray grime. But yeah, that's about it.
Can I stick a tentacle through a hole?
Sure. Yeah, you kind of wriggle one of your tentacles through, feel around a little bit. You can definitely tell it's about 3 or 4 inches thick, and then it seems free. You kind of pat the backside of it. It's very cold to the touch. It's not doing any sort of damage, but it is a lot colder than you would expect from ice.
This is colder. It's magical ice, isn't it?
This wall
Can
is
I-
going. It's going floor to ceiling, right?
It seems to be, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of wait until there's hopefully a spot where so many people aren't clustered around one space of the wall, and I'm just gonna try to throw a firebolt at it.
Sure, you kind of.
I
I
say,
mean, it's
I was about to
ice.
start attacking it.
I walk up and keep just trying to melt it with my torch like I was before.
Yeah, between Nordo and Moat and Vasu, you guys just kind of throw all sorts of fire at this thing. And you can tell that as you attack it or hold the fire up to it or throw fireballs at it, it does seem to melt, and it seems to melt very quickly. And before too long, like probably about a minute or so, you've made a pretty sizable opening. Enough to fit through if you wanted to.
Okay, while Nordo's holding the torch kind of in that entryway we've also made, I'm just going to use control flames to expand the flame another 5 feet
Yeah, easy
through
enough.
the wall, so we have a nice big wide doorway. So
Yeah.
I'm paranoid about this shit.
And I will walk through.
Same.
What's the worst that could happen? What is it gonna like start healing itself and being closed by the time we try to get out of here?
I mean, it's not like we have any shortage of fire. We'll be fine.
We
As soon
got
as I walk
this.
in here, I want to walk over to
Does it form
the
water?
doorway and listen for anything beyond it.
Real quick, let me make sure that I've gotten through all these because I can't remember if I did. Ace, did you have anything?
I already did my thing.
Okay, I think that was everyone. Yell out if I'm wrong.
I just raised my hand now.
Yeah, I raised my hand, but I already got my shit done too.
Okay,
So we're good.
yeah, Nomad, what's up?
Is there water in the ground when the ice melts?
Yes, it does drip and spills across the ground. It does, it does turn into water. And as it does, it seems to kind of gather all this ash up and turn it into this kind of gray, grimy slush and spreads away from where they've melted it. And also, as more and more of this wall melts, and especially as you step through it to the other side, you are greeted by 2 smells that are both pretty recognizable for those of you who have smelled them before. The first is the stench of death. You can tell that you are clearly in catacombs. You are surrounded by bodies. It's a mix of rotting flesh and embalming fluids and spices. But the second smell, and you actually feel a little bit of a breeze too that seems to carry it through this invisible archway, is the smell of the ocean and a little bit of salt spray. Notably, this entire thing was located on a portion of the Rib of the World that is a little bit elevated. You know how it kind of jutted out above the ocean. You imagine that you're probably about half a mile above sea level right now.
Can I tell if that smell of the ocean is coming from one particular direction among the three available?
You've got good perception. Give me a perception check. Yeah. You can feel it's being carried by wind through, which it appears to just be like a glowing archway. You don't actually see through it. It's just a glowing arch-shaped spot on the wall here, big enough for somebody to walk through. Moat.
Gotcha.
May I try to pass through this glowing archway?
Sure. You stick a hand through and it passes right through. You go all the way
Cool.
through.
Yeah, I go all the way through.
All right. As you kind of pass all the way through, you are greeted by a very large room, vaguely square-shaped, although it's got kind of these beveled edges. And you can see that on the four corners of this room, there are large gears. They appear to be like brass construction, and they are teethed into these little rivets or holes that go up and down. It's going to make more sense when I reveal it. There we go. You can see there is a big hole in the center of the room, and you can feel wind kind of flowing up from this hole. And on the far side, you can see that there are three golden placards or tablets of some sort.
You guys, this is so dope. What's down this hole?
You look down, and you can feel wind carrying salt spray up, and you can see way, way below you, down in the distance through some cold fog, the ocean, just churning waves of dark blue.
Some kind of big fucking elevator.
Seems like it.
Nomad.
Right. I was just wondering if these were stairs.
So jumping back, as you look kind of to the left and the right here, you can see that there are two stairways that seem to wind down. The one to the right that Nomad is at seems to go down into the darkness, which you can see through. Seems to just wrap around all the way. Nordo, as you take a regular torch over to the other one, you can see that it's quickly obscured by rubble, and it is almost immediately a dead end. Nomad, you can smell dead bodies from down there.
I do not go down there then.
It must be haunted. I check on Elise to make sure she's not like having a panic attack.
She seems totally fine. You know, she's being cautious. She has her weapons up. She's keeping an eye out, but she doesn't seem terribly disturbed.
Is there anything else in this room, like levers, writing, documents?
You definitely see. Oh, I'm sorry. The dark room or the room you're in right now?
I guess I can search this room first.
Yeah.
The room that had the.
Looking around, you can see old rotted papers that have long since kind of decayed, and most of them appear to be blank. You can see the chair here is tipped over. There's a couple of just like shelves that have kind of long rotted away into nothing. You don't spot anything terribly useful. You do see that against the back wall, kind of overridden by Moat's glowing portal, there is once more in Primordial the words Mausoleum of Ash. Looks like maybe some sort of like reception desk or something along those lines.
Does the chair have 4 legs?
It does, but one of them is broken.
How broken?
It appears to have just been rotted off, and the other 3 don't look like they're in great structural shape either.
Okay, never mind then. I was gonna try to be kind and set the chair back up, but I guess not.
Yeah, like you can set it up and lean it against this bench a little bit, but that's probably the best you can do. Nordo.
I just want to walk up to the staircase and just stick my head down there and just listen, see if I hear anything down there.
Sure, give me a perception check. Yeah, you listen very carefully, and you don't hear anything. You do know, legit, canonically, you heard some sort of a weird wail or baby's cry or something from deep within somewhere.
I thought that was just a joke.
Oh no,
Baby monitor.
straight up legit. You heard that exact noise coming from about this direction earlier, but you don't hear anything right now.
Is there a door?
There is not. It seems to be just kind of an open archway that leads to these stairs.
I'm gonna go grab that rotten old chair and just place it on the top step of the staircase.
Alright. Yeah, you kind of set it up on the top step. Moat the Intelligent runs over to these other tablets. You can see here that between the two tablets where you're standing right now, there is a lever. I know it's not drawn on the map, and I probably should have, but there's a lever of some sort between these two. However, you do see that there are these 3 very large golden tablets. And this is a lot to reveal all at once, so I'm just going to reveal it all at once and see what happens. So the one on the left looks like this. There's this massive array of these things, whatever they are. Each one of these little bastards looks like this bastard.
What thing? Oh, thank you.
Yep. Each one of these little panels looks exactly like this panel. They all look completely identical. And then I will reveal the other 2. The middle one looks like this. And finally,
They all look alike, just like last time, right?
correct. This time, all of these little guys look like this, all identical. And then likewise, each one of these little doodads looks like this. And I'm sorry, I know my weird peach color barely shows up against these colors. I should have chosen something different.
Looks fine to me.
Each colors?
For my like pings and my arrows, let me change it to like bright
Yeah.
red. There we go, much better.
Ah.
Vasu.
Ask if we got a long rest last session.
You definitely did. I think you had 2 shorts and 1 long.
Second question.
Yeah.
Can I tell how deep this shaft goes?
Yeah, you're probably pretty good at estimating height, being a flying thing. Yeah, it looks like it's probably about a little over half a mile. A couple thousand feet.
Jesus. I kind of want to check it out, you guys.
Be my guest. I don't want to go anywhere near it.
You want to take my torch with you?
I don't know.
Do you need accompaniment?
Nah. Not unless that seems very rude and needlessly exclusive. But I just worry you might fall.
I do lack a Gale anti-fly device. Fall device.
You have me.
And like I could catch you and fly it back up, but like what if I need my hands free to fight something down? We're both screwed.
Or you can both fly up and not fight.
Or you could borrow somebody else's device.
I thought they were attunement.
That's up to God. I haven't discussed that with him.
I think because you rolled so high on
Dear
Yule's,
God.
it wasn't attunement, but like the standard version is maybe.
Correct, yeah. Yule's is not attunement. The first one you made is attunement. And because Yule is currently very plot sick, I will force her to lend it. I know she would never do that in character, and I know Sochi would never do that out of character. But by force, you guys can borrow her feather ball.
Yay!
But only
I'm just
while
saying that
Sochi's
I
gone.
have a bonnet now.
Yeah, only while she's gone. When he gets back, we have to pretend it never happened.
Of course.
All right, so when I put it on, I like hunch my back and I'm like, "All right, Sonny, let's get going."
Yule, is that you?
Notably,
Okay.
for the record,
Before we fly down there,
like that's not
Sorry.
flight. It's just feather fall, and it's pretty.
Oh, I'm
fast.
aware.
Yeah, okay. I'm just. It's not even like a really slow flight. It's pretty fast.
yeah, like my plan is to fly down there and take my sweet time with it. But yeah,
I figured
first-
he would. I figured he would hold me, and then if I fell, I would use the bonnet. I wasn't expecting to just like jump down and be like, "Oh, I find out what I see."
That's
All
fair.
right. Let's go down there. I'm gonna pull this tired, looking little owl out from under my hood. All right, Shu, go scope the place out.
All right. Yeah, you
I'm
kind of.
gonna send Shu down there. I'm gonna assume his senses. Well, we're within
Probably not
100
happy
feet.
with me.
All right. Shu.
What did you do to Shu?
Forgot to mention that I threw him off the boat.
Why would you? Why?
He has wings and he can fly.
What? Okay.
I needed him to get my coin back.
You used to have wings. Am I gonna throw you off the ship too?
I don't have wings currently, and thanks for bringing that up.
Not
I'm just
gonna
saying
lie.
that's a very bad basis for throwing people overboard. I'm not doing the Vasu voice, but he's just as upset about this. How could you do such a thing to him? He's my best friend. Look at it.
He
How
explained
could
that
you
he
hurt
got
such a
Shu.
sweet little boy?
He didn't physically throw Shu out. He made Shu go and get the coin for him.
All right. As you
No.
guys are
Then
arguing,
Nordo did it anyway.
Shu begins to fly down this shaft. For the first 120 feet, you're able to sense through his senses. And he flies down in kind of like a tight circle so that he doesn't bump into anything.
Yeah.
The first thing that he notices is that there's a good bit of wind that is rushing up through this. Not necessarily unnatural, but it clearly seems like it is funneled into this to push up quite a bit. But still, he's able to fly down just fine. It's not enough to beat gravity. And as he flies down, it appears to just be this mostly smooth stone surface all the way down. Except he can see these little tracks, kind of designed for these gears to go up and down, that seem to run all the way down and down and down and down. Eventually you lose contact, but he continues to fly off for a little bit. And he goes for a couple of minutes until it seems like he kind of pops out the bottom. He disappears out of view for a second as he does kind of just a quick who knows what down there. And then a few minutes later he pops back up and flies back and greets you. And familiars have basic telepathic communication, right?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you can communicate telepathically with your familiar.
Yeah, when it gets back, you get it's clear down there. It all looks the same. Smooth stone.
Anything at the bottom there, little guy?
They're just caves, stalactites, rocks, other birds. I made
What
friends.
kind of bugs?
Oh, they look like seagulls. Some bats. Bats are birds, right?
Yeah, kinda. I think so. They're awful close.
Good enough.
But you didn't see some kind of platform that these gears might have linked up into or something?
No, just
You know, for these kind of schmucks who can't just fly the way.
a tunnel all the way down.
Huh, that's weird. There aren't there's another shaft above us going a floor up or anything, is there?
There is probably like 40 or 50 foot clearance here, but you do see that the tracks end after about 25, 30 feet, and then it is just smooth stone. It's kind of like this big dome. And actually, as you look up, barely illuminated by these ever-burning torches that are kind of like lighting up the corners here, you can see that there are... kind of just like this repeating pattern of like a fiery motif. They look like just flickers of flame, motes of sparks. You can see there's a big sun in the center of it. That's pretty much it.
Pretty neat. I'm gonna actually fly up and take a closer look at those.
Sure. Go and give me an investigation check, and while you're doing that, Nordo.
Just while that's all going on and I'm listening for zombies downstairs, look at the ice wall too. Does it seem to be like reforming, refreezing?
Sure. You're watching it pretty closely. There's not really anything getting in the way. You don't see it regrowing or reforming. You can see that the melted bits of it are starting to kind of frost up a little bit, freezing a little faster than you would expect. But it's not like regrowing as it does that. It appears to just be freezing.
Okay.
Ace.
Looking at these tablets, there are these lighter markings. Are those like where, like, so like here?
Oh, that is...
Is that like where it's...
No, that is just my shitty attempt at very quick lighting. They do not have any
Gotcha.
sort of meaning.
Okay, so it doesn't look like they've been like pressed or something. Are these buttons?
Give me an investigation check since you brought it up. Meanwhile, Vasu, as you take a close look, it appears to be artistic. It definitely is fire or fire related. You don't notice any like writing or weird symbology. It just looks like kind of a nice fiery pattern. Ace, as you're looking it over, you do notice that on almost all three of these tablets, the switches and mechanisms on the that is true for all three of these. So
All right. Do we just start pushing buttons, or do you think there's like a knowable pattern here? I say out loud to the party.
I would imagine there's a pattern. You wouldn't set up something like this for just shits and giggles. That code that you found didn't have anything to do with this?
Nope, it's just base numbers and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perhaps, but this one looks like it has what? They were bases of 10, 7, and 2.
Well, this one has 7 notches on this. It looks like it to me.
Sorry to interrupt the puzzle party, but I think we might have company coming from downstairs.
I'll
Maybe
come
there's
help.
some-
I'll try something. I think I have an idea. Alrighty, so on. Let me do some quick math real quick before I commit.
Does it
Okay.
sound to me like it's like approaching? Do I hear movement up the stairs?
it kind of sounds the same as it did before. It just sounds like distant, like some sort of otherworldly voice or wail or cry.
It may have been a false alarm, but heard that same sound from earlier.
Well, maybe the ghost baby knows more about the puzzle. Let's go kill it. You want
Does
It
this
might-
one
baby?
look like it has wear and tear on it? This one specifically?
With your investigation, after like the first maybe 8 or so, they all look pretty clean. But again, it's kind of an old surface. It's all covered in dust. Like it's hard to tell.
Is it the same way for all of them, or just that one specifically?
It's for all of them. Like the only thing you can really tell with your investigation check. They
What about this one specifically?
that one's
Does this one look more worn than any other one?
looks about. It's pretty heavily worn.
Well, if it's related to the note we found earlier, I can guess at the key, but it depends on which is which. I
Well,
figured out what numbers they would be, but
I'm assuming this first one's base 10. You do 0, and then you move this one to 2, and that'd be 2. For 20, you'd move this one to 2, and then this one to 0. Does that make sense?
it does. But which ones would we be moving?
I think that perhaps we should not take guesses at the panel that depicts a hand touching a skeletal hand. And
Yeah,
perhaps we should check the basement first before we go trying to operate what I assume
Sounds
is
like a good
probably
idea.
just an elevator.
so Do the symbols at the top of these tablets actually mean anything other than me?
Give me your choice of Arcana or Religion. Or, yeah, those two.
Can I religion it?
Sure, you could also Religion it.
It seems like
Fine.
10
Can't
fingers
do-
on that one, 7 fingers on that one. Can't really figure out that one.
Mountain.
Um,
Stalactite, stalagmite, 2. Or just 2 here.
As you think back to your studies, Moat, you remember that you've heard of faraway places, and actually you've heard of multiple places that kind of hold this belief, that as a person dies and their soul wanders to their final resting place, a lot of the time they pass through multiple planes, almost like a series of filters, until they reach whatever plane houses the god or belief or entity that has the most claim on their soul. And because of this journey, this long journey, a lot of mausoleums and other burial rituals have symbology related to the different planes of the elements, the upper planes, and you would also recognize, based on your stories, that this thing looks a lot like things that have been described to you of the plane of Mechanus. It looks like a Modron, which is not really an angel, but it's one of the natural denizens of the plane of Mechanus. It's kind of the closest thing that Mechanus has to a true celestial, because there really isn't... That's about what you would know with a 19. Nomad, you would have some similar experiences. The difference is that yours would probably come firsthand in the experiences of, like, a cleric that worked at a gravesite, or an embalmer, or something like that. But in other words, you think that this iconography probably represents different planes.
Okay, cool. I will pass that along to the party then.
This is
Not that
the
it really
third
helps
one.
us.
Perhaps we should go investigate the stairwell first. Perhaps there's more clues, like Gale said.
Real quick,
Yes,
I
we
do
love
want
dead
to.
bodies.
I want to just like check on the rubble of the other staircase. Is it like totally impassable? Is there any way through it?
Give me an investigation check.
This will go well.
As you're looking at it, and as you kind of look back out into the main chamber, it looks like whatever happened over there is probably related, and it seems to be a pretty serious cave-in. I mean, if you had enough time and resources, you could probably unbury it.
Okay.
But it certainly looks like it would be a lot of work. It's pretty well
Gotcha.
fucked up.
Do you suspect that those staircases lead to the same place or different places?
I would guess they lead to the same place.
I would suppose it's probably all connected. I would think if this doorway here, this magical one that the torch lit up, I suppose it was probably only for use by important people. It takes an important person to have that torch. I suspect the regular folk use the stairs.
Hey, Moat, have you tried like holding the torch at the tablet and seeing if anything happens? Like any secrets revealed?
I was just about to ask God the same question.
I mean, you were definitely over there inspecting it, and you haven't put out the torch. Nothing has lit up over here that you've noticed.
What I do know for certain is there's something down there in these stairs that's doesn't sound too terribly friendly. So if we're going, we better go quiet, or alternatively, I could kick this chair down the staircase and have it come up to us.
That might work, or it'll just prepare for us.
Suppose we don't know what sort of creature it is. If it's those same sort of mindless beasts that were trying to chase our airship from hundreds of feet below, then I suspect they would come running up these stairs at the first sign of anything, but if not, then yeah, I suppose it could create trouble.
It could also
Yeah,
just
but we
be
also
an actual baby, and you would just kick a chair on a baby.
we just spent a whole bunch of time smashing ice, which was not quiet. It probably knows we're here, so we should still try to be stealthy.
That's a pretty fair point, I suppose. Y'all couldn't figure out how to work that machine in there?
Not yet. We'll figure it out. But for now, and I will start heading down the stairs.
All right.
Go right behind them.
Sounds good. As you guys start to make your way down, it winds stealthily. It winds for probably maybe about 40 or 50 feet down. About going down 5 stories worth of stairs, until eventually ahead, Moat, you can spot that mixing with the faint, pale blue light of your torch is kind of this dim green light. And you guys all kind of slow down and start to move very quietly, cautiously. And I guess everybody give me stealth checks. And while everybody's rolling, what's up, Ace?
Are there any tracks that lead down here?
Give me a survival check.
Can I help him with that?
Sure.
Am I rolling with advantage, or are you just making a separate roll?
Let's just do separate rolls.
Yeah, it's way more fun that way.
Or do you roll with advantage because humanoids?
Sure.
Oh my god, this is the stealthiest Gale has ever been.
It's so
and
good.
it's because he's doing nothing but writing.
Meanwhile, everyone else is like kicking rocks off and making lots of noise. There's been a couple good rolls, but there's been a couple of not so good rolls.
I don't think I've rolled anything above a 10 today.
I don't think I've rolled anything above a 10 this campaign.
Naruto and Ace, as you guys
Oh,
are
hey,
looking
Moch,
for
you have
tracks-
inspiration also.
Oh, yes, you do, and it is marked on your sheet for
Oh,
you.
tight.
As you guys are kind of watching for steps going down, it's real hard because, like, only 2 of you have torches. They're both in the front, and it keeps flickering as they go around the bend because it's kind of a tight stairwell. It's actually a little claustrophobic. But you don't notice any tracks, not even old ones, actually. It appears to be pretty clean.
Also, I have dark vision, so the torches wouldn't really affect me.
Yeah, that is helpful. But you guys kind of make your way down until eventually, Moat leading the way, you can see it opens up into this big room that is all lit by these ever-burning, pallid green torches at certain points along the walls. And you can see that it opens up onto a little platform, and then it goes down a step, and then down a step, and then down a step. So effectively, it's like you're walking into the top row of a big stadium. But you can see as you step through that there are holes in several of the walls. And as you kind of take a look around, you can see that within each of these holes are bodies, several of which are wrapped in cloth and embalmed, preserved for who knows how long. The entire place smells like death. You can see that there is a little bit of decay in the stone walls that this seems to be carved out of. And you can see over to your left as you step through that there are bits of wreckage and rubble and stone from what appears to be another archway. And then down way at the very far end, you can see what appears to be some sort of altar or a table or stone slab of some sort, where there is a body that is resting on it. And Moat, even from this distance, you can recognize the white and gold of a tabard of the order on that
Ignore
body.
that hand raise then.
Perfect.
Actually, never mind. Leave it.
All right, Nordo.
So, related to that, but also the first thing I do when I step in here is look for something that looks like it would make a crying, wailing baby sound.
Sure, give me a perception check.
And as I'm doing so, I look at Moat and then look down at that body down there and say, you suppose that's the hero we're looking for?
So you are listening for a baby, and you turn around to say that to Moat, and he has already started running down the stairs to that body.
I attempt to stop you.
Don't
And
run.
fail.
I'm sticking with Moat.
Yeah, as soon as I fail to stop you from running down there, I chase you.
All right. Well,
I'm
the,
gonna.
one.
well, the two of them are running down. Gale, what's up?
Well, Gale kind of looks up as they enter the chamber, kind of suddenly coming out of a daze as he realizes that we've actually moved and have come somewhere else. And I want to go over to one of the torches and just like wave my hand over top of it.
Yeah. It appears to be cold. You would recognize this almost immediately as some sort of magical
Gale
ever-burning
immediately
flame.
curses, just like smacks the torch off, and then goes back to Sean.
Yeah, it clatters across the ground and kind of rolls around. That section gets a little bit darker. Ace.
While I'm moving around, I'm going to be like looking at the ceiling. I'm trying to see if I can find if there's any movement going on in this room, other than us.
Perception too. Because I'm just gonna stay in back and keeping an eye out for right now. My bird eyes see.
Okay. As Nordo starts looking around, but then gets distracted by Moat immediately. Ace starts looking around, but then kind of has to look aside when Gale starts playing with the torch, and that catches most of Gale's or Ace's attention for a while. But Vasu, you've got a sharp eye out. You're taking a good look around, and you see that kind of over in this corner. You don't even see it until it moves. It's the motion that kind of grabs your attention. But you see something dark and wispy and vaguely the size of like a small child just kind of back into this wall and phase out through it. While he's looking at that, Nomad, what are you up to?
Oh, I've
Oh,
started
sorry,
collecting.
I was holding down the wrong alt. I was
Okay.
trying to say something.
Oh, gotcha. Go ahead,
Just
Vasu.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where people are at since a lot of them are still moving down these stairs as we're doing stuff. But I'm gonna message to. I think I'm assuming Moat is probably leading the charge down the stairs. I'm just gonna be like, "Hey, we've got company down there.
Cool.
Just went through the wall."
Once Nordo chases after me and tries to stop me, I stop maybe just a little further than where I am.
Okay.
And then after hearing that and Vasu, can I pop a divine sense real quick now that my attention has been refocused?
You can, and while you're doing that, Nomad, what's up?
Oh, I've collected all the torches.
Okay, several.
Like each time we pass by a torch, he takes it, holds it in his arm like a bushel. Just
Okay, noted. So at this point, the entire top shelf is dark. It is not being lit by these torches.
does anyone need these? I'm very fond of the color, so I'm taking them.
Actually, I'm going to move back up into this pitch black darkness.
All right, yeah. As you guys descend, you do notice that behind you it is getting pretty dark as Nomad is taking all these torches off the wall.
Nomad's really playing into the Disney villain aesthetic with his purple and green torches.
It's a very nice color.
Be prepared.
Can I make a stealth? Can I make a stealth check to hide in the darkness?
I'm going to make a throne of these torches.
Sure.
More
Ace,
like
go
a
ahead.
weird squid Maleficent. It's like if Maleficent and Ursula had a weird baby.
Oh my god. I don't want to think about
It's
that.
more like if Ursula made a weird tadpole and put it in Maleficent's head.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Oh boy. All right. Moat, you pop a divine sense. That has a 30-foot radius. And
60.
60-foot radius. Oh my god. Not behind full cover. Yes, you would get some pings from, oh boy, from here. You would see a little bit. Let's see. You would see catch like a tiny little.
Okay, as best as I can, I just try to point out the spots that I'm noticing as I notice them.
Yeah, you can tell that some of these bodies are definitely undead. With that said, they're not moving yet. But there seem to be other undead things that are kind of like poking in through the wall and then backing out.
May I drop my torch just like right here-ish? Is it still lighting up a decent portion of the room?
Yeah, that's a 30-foot radius. So
Okay. That's fine. I set it down and put my shield on.
all right. Vasu.
Okay. Are there any torches in this room that are like actual fire that I can manipulate with control?
As far as you can tell, only the one that Nordo is carrying.
Small point of order on that same note: is that fire still like out of control down here?
It is. It's burning really bright, actually. I'll say that it's currently giving off about 40 feet of bright and 40 feet of dim, which is plenty more than enough to give at least dim light through the entire room.
Okay.
Cool. I'm gonna apologize out of character in advance to Ace, but I'm going to control flames to make that flame 2 times bright, or double the area of bright light.
Yeah,
I think
holy
it
shit.
actually makes the flame any brighter or bigger or anything. It just, yeah.
Yeah, the entire
Sorry,
place.
sorry. I'm terrified.
Fortunately, Ace, just because of the way that light works, as Nordo goes down, there is like an area of shadow that is cast for like the bottom, maybe 2.5 feet. In other words, I'm going to draw a shitty shape, and you'll understand what I mean. Like this part of it would be in shade, over on that bottom left corner. Like there's an angle, right? So if you kind of duck down against the corner. Only up here because Nomad took the torches. The others are fine until Nomad goes down and does the same.
Is it like dim light or actual darkness?
It's we'll call it darkness. There's like little flickers where occasionally it catches it, but it's dark enough to count as dark.
Okay, I'm gonna just stealthily hide, just kind of watch the room from here.
All right, sounds good. All right. It sounds like Moat is
Do I
continuing.
need to make a new stealth check?
I'll call for the stealth check when it becomes relevant.
All right, and since I'm a Gloomstalker, blah blah blah.
Right. Things that rely on dark vision don't see you. Okay. Moat, you kind of have to make your way down this like winding path. You have to go to one of the sides to get down a stairwell and then back down the middle. But when you get down to the bottom, you do find that there is this stone slab. It looks like probably an embalming table. You can see that it has shelves under it that contain ancient tools, empty glass vials, some that are still full of strong-smelling chemicals, some scalpels and other cutting implements, as well as several, like, oh my god, what is the word for it? Things of cloth that cloth are wound around.
Linen?
Bolts. Several bolts of cloth.
Bolts? That's what they're called?
Yep.
But as you get closer, you do see that this appears to be an elven man, probably in his late 40s or so when he died. He is dead, and he appears to have been dead for, pretty decent. What's your, I guess if you wanted to give me a medicine check real quick.
Oh boy.
It looks like he's probably been dead for at least like a few months. There's a lot of decay. There's not a whole lot left of him, but he doesn't look like entirely dried out, and he doesn't look like a mummy, is what I'm getting at. It looks more recent than all of the other undead here.
Is there like a placard or anything with his name or?
Nothing immediately obvious, but he is wearing robes and a tabard of the order. And if you want, you can kind of like search his body, see if he's got anything on him.
I would love to.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
Killing it.
All right. You find, first of all, that he has a walking staff, which has kind of been scattered to the ground next to him. You can see that he has a coin purse that seems to have about 2 gold in it. And you can see that he has a little satchel that contains some papers. And most of the papers are long since destroyed. But there's one that seems to have survived by basically just luck and chance. And there's another one that seems to have been written more recently. It's on fresher, cleaner paper than the rest. And it has been scrawled out very, very hastily. And I will give each of those to you in just a moment. Talk amongst yourselves.
You guys got to get down here. This is awesome.
So you think this is our person? Oh, this looks like he's not been dead all that long. Aren't we looking for some ancient hero or something?
I mean,
it looks like a dead
elves
guy
are
to
pretty
me.
weird. Who knows when he actually died?
We'll have to ask God about that when he gets back.
I do have extensive lifespans in my, if I understand correctly.
Hey, little dragon, this is a little off topic, but why'd you ask me for my weight earlier?
It's very important that I understand how much everybody weighs, as well as our general carrying, or the weight of our belongings, so that I can hopefully figure out how much force we'll need to power an airship that will support all of us and also not risk just crashing or burning.
And not use an elemental, I'm assuming.
Ideally, yes.
Suppose that makes sense.
You were trying to make an airship, says Nomad, coming up, mostly obscured by torch.
Yeah, he's just bright green now. He's basically collected all of the lights in here except for Nordo's and Moat's, and is carrying them all like tucked into his arms.
It's just heavy.
Yeah, what's up, Nordo?
What can I tell about this body looking at it in terms of like cause of death, how long it's been dead, what like race and species and such?
Sure, go and give me medicine.
Mine's quick. How high are these things?
It's about 10 feet up for each one. Nordo, elven man, pretty old. It's actually... There are no obvious signs of trauma or injury on him. You're not able to make out a cause of death.
And this might be a long shot, but like, can I tell from looking, I guess, for tracks or something along those lines, does it look like this person was brought down here dead and placed here? Or like, I don't know, do I see signs of a lot of life/movement in this chamber?
Sure, go and give me either survival or investigation.
Perfect.
As you look around, it is surprisingly clean in here. You actually don't find much dust at all, or like dirt or grime. Most of what you find is tucked into the corners along the base of the wall. But like most of the walking surfaces are surprisingly clean given how old they are.
How do you think he died?
Oh, let me check. So I drop all the torches. Clack, 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 clack.
Perfect.
And that's a medicine check, I guess?
Sure. Meanwhile, while the two of them are investigating, Moat, these are the two notes that you find. This one, the death note, is the one that appears to be more recent. It's the one that he wrote himself, as far as you can tell. It's scrawled out very hastily. And then the second one, the lecture, appears to be an older writing that has kind of just survived through luck. You can tell that there is a lot more stuff in here that has just decayed over time, and As you kind of like start to rifle through of it, a lot of it literally just kind of collapses in your hands. Yeah, most of it has been destroyed.
Okay, cool. I read the words lecture on bases, and I hand that paper to Gale, and then I will read the death note.
Perfect. Yeah, Nomad, as you are carefully studying his body as well, he looks old. You suspect, I don't know, maybe a heart attack or something. You don't see any signs of external injury. You check his mouth to see if it was like ash inhalation or anything like that. You don't find anything. He looks all right. I mean, he's dead. He's clearly not all right, but you don't see any signs of what killed him.
I actually get surprised by his anatomy as I go along. I'm like, oh, didn't realize that was the thing elves had. Oh,
Ace,
that's
what's
too.
up?
While I'm over here, do I see like any like names or placards on any of like the catacombs that signify like the names of people buried here?
Um, Taking a quick look over, I guess nothing at first glance. Give me investigation if you want to kind of like start moving things around, poke your heads in the holes, or head in the holes, that sort of thing.
I kind of want to what's in these holes? I guess I'm assuming I can just like standing in front of it and
Yeah,
see inside of
yeah,
them.
you're kind
But
of
they're like
hunched down right next
dead
to him.
bodies in there.
Yeah, they're filled with cobwebs and wrapped up bodies. The one right next to you appears to be roughly humanoid in shape and size. It's kind of wrapped in linens. You smell the oils used to embalm a body. Looks like dead bodies. Some of them do have possessions. You do see that some of them have like a sword across their chest that their arms are wrapped around, or little trinkets and knickknacks placed into the hole with him. So just dead bodies and some of their possessions.
I don't really want to disturb the bodies. I just want to see if there's anything on the outside that shows anything about the person.
Yeah, you take a look around and you don't see like names etched into any of the stone. You don't see, not like placards or anything like that that might be used to identify the body. However, let me check a thing real quick. Let's see. Anyone with a passive perception of 13 or higher, you hear something very faint, and you kind of look over in the direction of the sound. And you can see, glinting off of the green light of all of the torches that Nomad has gathered, as well as Nordo's now extra bright torch.
Picking them up again now.
Yeah, pouring out of one of the holes from over in the there. Sorry if I can get on the right layer. Come on. There we go. There is water pouring out of one of these holes, and it's kind of. And then it hits the floor, and it starts to dribble, but you see that it starts snaking in this direction towards all of you guys. And as it does, it starts to rise up until the water takes on this vaguely humanoid shape. And at first, it's just kind of a torso and a face and some arms and hands. But then you can see suddenly burst out from one of his hands a long, watery sword. And it starts rushing directly towards Yumo. Nobody is going to be surprised, but that will be initiative.
Technically in here, aren't I?
Yeah, you guys can, wherever you were.
I unceremoniously drop the torches again, and I'm just like, oh, you startled me. Woo, it's fast.
Ooh, you're right. It is fast as hell. Oh my god. Okay, the very first thing.
I vanished from initiative for some reason. I had a 14 though.
Wait, did you?
You
Yeah,
might
I
have
was
deleted
there.
your
Now.
token. Oh no, there you are.
Weird. Go ahead and roll it again, and we'll set it to 14.
Do I go before the water young?
Wait, where the
Oh, that's
hell are
weird.
you?
The water warden rolled a 14 for some reason, but then rolled again. Oh no, that's about right. Yeah, where are you, Roll?
There, now I'm at the bottom.
That's odd. Why is it not putting it in there?
Hmm.
Okay.
Now I'm in there. Do I get to go before the water guy? Yay!
Quite possibly. Yeah. Oh, what's your? You've got really good decks. I'll say you go before the water guy. That's fine. However, the very first thing that happens is from the walls all around you, several shadowy figures leap out.
Oh, they're so cute.
They're just little guys that want you dead.
They're super cute.
Idea,
Oh,
we just
they're-
keep them.
They look like they're just little, like, throw a bed sheet over your head Halloween ghost costumes.
Pretty much. Okay.
They look like animated cum. I don't like them.
Oh, why'd you have to?
Why
you
would
do
this?
that?
Why would you take it there?
These are the baby sounds, guys.
All right.
Squid.
You watch as this first shadow slithers along the wall, almost like a shadow cast by the wall, and then oh no, it got really big. That was not. Okay. And up. And Ace, you start feeling very worried that maybe this alert shadow is very alert, but then it diverges and it starts creeping its way up here to Gale and Toto, where it springs up and makes an attack on.
Hey Ace, I think this page might help you. Oh Jesus!
Is that shadow bigger than the others that we have up here?
Yes, but only because I misclicked. But it's canon. It's really big. It's like
Bigger.
Also, foreshortening, guys.
Oh,
yeah, totally.
That means Foster should be really big too, because he's like flying around by the
yeah.
city.
Make yourself big.
How do I make myself bigger?
Can you put Vasu right up to the camera, basically?
As this thing kind of pulls itself out of the wall and takes on a form, you do notice that it is illuminated in this faint blue outline that seems to flicker brightly, the same color as Moat's torch. And this is at disadvantage. Which is good, because I think a 7 hits. Or a 7 misses.
So those miss.
Alright, likewise, this thing slithers its way down and strikes Moat with disadvantage. Big old miss. And this one to Flick. Another terrible miss. That is all of the shadows. Vasu, you are quick to respond. What do you do?
Okay. With a passive perception of 14. Can I see that the light coming off of these guys and Moat's torch is kind of the same, or can I make
yeah.
that connection in character?
It's a very magical effect. It's pretty obvious, yes. Also, with your passive
Okay.
perception, you can hear other things starting to wake up all throughout the room, including including a guy who's going to be popping out right next to you very soon.
Oh, jeez. I think I did mention I was flying up by the city.
Yeah, he's below you.
I will
You're
definitely be doing that further. I'll kind of go out into the middle of the room here. You said I can't remember which torch I expanded the light of.
it was
I able
Nordo's, it's his
to
real
affect?
torch.
Am I able to affect the light of that magic torch that Moat has with my control flames?
You have not been able to affect that one, but you were able to
Okay.
affect Nordo's mundane torch.
Yeah, I was just gonna see if I could make that brighter. It seems to be affecting these guys in some sort of adverse way. But for now, I'm just gonna kind of stay up here, flapping around near the ceiling. I'm gonna try hucking a firebolt at that shadow that just jumped out at Gale.
Uh, 24 is a solid hit. The fire rockets into its side and spreads across its surface. You do notice that the fire seems to snuff out pretty quickly, but it does react to it, and it turns her way and gives out this horrible wailing noise, similar to the ones that you heard before.
Okay, so it does seem like it did take.
It took some damage, yeah. It
Okay.
seemed a little resilient, but it took some.
Gotcha. That's me.
Alright, Elise does what they do, and she's going to try to...
Ooh.
and her DC is...
It's so nice having an actual cleric.
Excuse you.
Why are
Do you mean
offended by
Do
that?
you mean a cleric that's not actually undead himself too? Drew is offended from an all
You're offended all the time.
I'm sorry I can't turn undead or I'll lock myself in place out of fear.
You're a sorcerer, you're not real cleric.
I have 2 levels of cleric. It's enough to count, damn it. I
No.
have a subclass.
You don't even have cure wounds, get out!
I can prepare it whenever I want.
Then prepare it!
I usually do.
But healing word is a lot more. It's just a lot better to use.
Anywho, back to this campaign.
Oh no, keep arguing, because there's a lot of things that need to make saves.
Oh, there's a lot more than I thought.
No, there was a lot more.
Are some of them outright dead?
None of them explode. She doesn't seem to have that yet.
Has she been leveling up with us? That's the real question.
Okay. Alright.
We require us to have leveled up.
Moat, you do see that the shadow that was next to you seems to immediately kind of pull away as Elise holds up her shield and this golden light flashes throughout the entire room. And at this point, all of you very plainly can hear several undead creatures suddenly shriek and scramble. You hear just like bones being pushed over, dust and cobwebs being kicked out of these holes as fleshy arms and legs reach out and just try to scramble to safety. That will bring us to Flick.
Oh, we woke the dead.
Okay. I'll attack the shadow that's not running away behind me.
Alright. Uh, 17 is a solid hit. Is that magical?
Yep.
Okay, 5 slashing is good, and it seems to take every bit of that.
Woo. And,
And Nomad is next to you for sneak.
oh, okay.
Well,
For some
next to
reason, I
you.
thought I had to have advantage for it.
Yep, as long as you got a buddy next to it.
Roll your d6.
Hey, look
Whoa!
at that. There we go. Yeah, so as this
Distract.
thing kind of forms itself out of the wall, you see these arms and a torso and a head kind of reach towards you. It looks over to Nomad suddenly, and as it's distracted, you just heave upwards and chop one of its shadowy arms off. It falls to the floor and then dissipates into this rolling black smoke.
It looks at me because I literally, into its head, say, I'm a distraction.
Perfect. Anything else, Blick?
One more question, because I'm dumb and I don't know how sneak attack works.
Yeah.
Can I use like booming blade and still use sneak attack?
Sure can.
Okay, well,
That's what Mustard does all the time.
I don't remember. Mustard just rolls a million dice, and I'm just like, okay.
That's also what Cricket does all the time.
Accurate.
All right, so it's
Every
also
mech
in...
character does it, actually. Every single one. No.
covered in that shimmery energy.
All
Not
right.
done.
It sure is. Gale, there's a thing up in your face, although it does look terrified suddenly.
Jeez, warn somebody when you creep up like that.
You've also got good passive, so you can see that this thing is crawling out of its hole next to you.
Ugh. And I can't see Ace, and I have these really important papers for him. Okay, well, I guess I pull out my gun, and I'm gonna shoot the Ash Walker.
Alright. Yeah, you see this thing just trying to pull itself free of this, of its grave. And you're like, nope, none of that.
Actually, you know what? I have a lot of mana at the moment. I'm gonna use a bonus action to cast an arcane weapon.
Sick.
And I'm gonna take lightning damage.
Alright.
Put in a magazine with a little lightning bolt carved on,
Hell yes.
and then I shoot this thing, hopefully in the face.
Yeah. You pull the trigger and literally a lightning bolt flies out. 12, or actually 10 because disadvantage because the dude next to you is
Pack
still...
tactics.
Well, because of pack tactics.
You're right, cancels out. 12 is plenty. You're basically point blank, just slam this thing into its chest and pull. 12 lightning, or sorry, it's 12 piercing and then you add a d6 of lightning? Yeah, hit me with that.
Yeah, so it's 2 lightning, 10 piercing.
Oh, it's already built in. Just kidding. Okay. So yeah, 12 is good. You basically shoot it straight in the face. Its head rolls off of its back, but the rest of the body keeps scrambling out in your direction.
Alright. Well, I use my bonus for arcane weapon, so Toto can't attack, but he will stand vigilant and guard me as I kind of like throw my body on top of the papers to protect them.
Perfect. You do see as the head hits the ground, it scatters into white smoky ashes that spread all over the place. Very similar to the ash monsters that you fought outside. Ace.
Excuse you, I didn't fight those at all.
Accurate. Good point. You might not recognize it at all. Ace, go ahead and give me a stealth check. Alright.
Not that I need it this turn. Probably gonna break my stealth by using Hunter's Mark. And I'm gonna put that on the lanky boy.
Alright.
And then I'm going to pull out my bow. And this is how I flavored it. So he holds it out, he like flicks his thumb out and a little lens pops out. And when he looks through the lens, it like shows him like the weave and he can like aim his arrow through the weave so that it like adds magic to it.
I love it.
So, and I'm assuming it's not a humanoid.
It is not. It is very undead. Alright, yeah, as you cast the verbal component, you see that it kind of, well, it doesn't have a head. It turns its shoulder like it kind of hears something, but it looks around like a little confused, like it still can't figure out where it's coming from, and then out of the darkness, this arrow just flies through. 19 damage, hits it square in the torso, and there's just a jet of ashes that flies out its back as the arrow carries through and plings into the wall at the far side of the room. About half a second goes by, and then it explodes into ash. And I need Gale to give me a Constitution saving throw. Totally fine.
And then for my second attack, do I have a clear shot to the sickly Ashwalker way over there?
Sickly boy, yeah, you do.
And then the next one's going to go after him. No sneak attack,
No sneak and no hunter's mark.
but still advantage.
19 is good. Another 7. You catch it right in the shoulder, and Ash rolls off the back.
And then I'll just hold my ground over here.
All right. Down at the bottom, this snaking trail of water has risen up to form this enormous humanoid shape. Let's see, where's my buddy here? There's my buddy. It runs up to Moat. It can actually do, which it will because it's not stupid. And it is going to reach out and try to... it basically swings this sword in your direction, and as it does, the sword extends into this whip-like shape that wraps around your neck and misses terribly. Just kind of splashes this cold water across your face and neck, and then pulls back ineffectually. But then it is going to pull back to here. Which brings us to Nomad.
Excellent. Well, that thing just left. So, Nomad kind of reaches for the side and runs his finger from one side of him to the other, rippling through the air, and then the air suddenly cracks and shatters into like 3 shards, and then they impale into the slim shadow. God, these are terrible rolls for
Ooh,
attack all the time, forever.
Those are terrible rolls. 12 and 12, fortunately, are good enough though. And that's force damage. Is that accurate, or is it it's magical piercing?
It's magical piercing at this point.
Okay. Yeah. One of them. This thing tries to pull away. It looks a little bit afraid, and the first weapon just kind of chips off some of the stone as it starts to retreat. But the other two pin it as it's trying to escape. And then there is a sudden burst of shadowy smoke that rolls down and eventually dissipates as the other two seem to get it.
Sweet. And then they just sort of revolve around me protectively.
All right, that brings us to...
I'm gonna move.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's say... Nah, actually, I'm good here. In fact, where are all my torches?
They are in your current space, we'll say. They're actually making your current space difficult terrain.
Oh no, that's fine.
But just that one space.
I'm very comfortable with it. It's I nestle.
All right. You guys hear a very familiar voice of this just parched, ashy voice and a rushing wind coming down the stairs behind you. And let me see how fast these boys are. Ooh, they're pretty fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one will go up to Gale. This one will also go up to Gale. They are flying along with Gale.
You mean Vasu?
Or sorry, Vasu. Yes, correct.
That's not fair. They don't have wings. How can they fly?
It's weird, right?
Good point.
Let's see.
I call bullshit.
This one's going to go over to the real Gale. This one is going to swoop down to Elise, and this one is going to swoop down to Nordo. So let's do this from bottom to top. This one is on Gale. It basically lunges at you and with itself, limiting your vision, but you're able to fight off all of the other effects of being.
I'm busy.
Likewise, I need 2 from Vasu. Good, you're able to fight off all of the choking effects, but your vision is restricted to 5 feet around you. This Elise.
Those are too close.
They were pretty close. Okay, where? Oh, there she is. pretty good. And this one is... did you have something on your face?
I did have the sash over my face.
Okay, you do have advantage on the save because of that. Doesn't matter though.
Perfect.
Okay, so in addition to not being able to see more than 5 feet away from yourself, you are choking, you cannot breathe, speak, or cast spells with verbal components. All those spells that you love to cast. And that brings us to these boys.
Doesn't it bring it to me?
Almost.
Oh, never mind.
Okay,
Very
so
hidden.
at this point, everything has kind of pulled itself free, but a lot of these things are afraid. How fast do they move? Alright, he's gonna dash. Gale, you see this ashen creature just scrambling to get away from your friends downstairs. You can take an opportunity attack if you like, as it passes by.
Yeah, piss off. Like, don't do anything.
Okay, and it just runs for the stairs. Let's see. This guy gets to about there, snaking his way up the stairs to try to flee. A bunch of them are okay, though. This one just took a big hit from this direction. It's going to run up. This one is going to leap off of the side. Thunk, 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 to get down here. This one runs over here. This one leaps off and runs this way. This one... what is this one's got? Same deal. Thunk. Thunk. But that's as far as... Actually, he'll dash so that he can get up here. I just can't attack with that one. So, let's do these top to bottom. First one is on Moat. Pretty sure 14 misses.
It does.
This one's on Nomad. This one's on Elise. This one is on Gale. Ooh, 18 might actually hit for once.
Toto will give that disadvantage. Not that it does anything, but
He does have to reroll, so maybe it'll be worse. Yeah, that turns it into a miss.
sick.
Okay, I believe that was all those boys, and now it's Nordo's turn.
Okay. So just like coughing and sputtering ash, I'm going to take my torch, add it to the pile of Nomad's torches, and then I'm going to pick up my quarterstaff, and you see Nordo's eyes go kind of like bloodshot. I'm going to rage. And for the first time, you see that the like tattoos on Nordo, like the bears and stuff, they like animate kind of like sort of like a holographic card. They just have like three frames, but the like bear is like running through the woods and the jaw is like opening and closing.
Oh my god.
And also the same thing on his quarterstaff. You see that he's like painted little mini versions of his tattoos on it, and they're all doing the same thing as he swings it. Like he swings it, and then they move, and then when it stops swinging, they stop moving. So anyway, with all of that, I'm going to first attack the odd-colored ash wind, and I will attack recklessly.
Sick. As this thing is swirling around, you're just not able to find exactly what you're supposed to attack, and it's kind of just a blur of ash, even with the reckless.
Okay, I will spend a key point for patient defense and take the dodge action as a bonus action.
Alright, sounds good. This one nopes right the fuck out and phases through the wall. That brings us to Moat.
Okay, I will flame blade this pallet walker in front of me.
Alright. 22 is solid. How much of that is your regular damage?
Hold on, sorry, I just fucked up my entire life. Give me a second.
Sure thing, good luck.
Entire life?
My entire life has been fucked. Okay, I'm back. So 8 is just regular damage, and then 5 jumps over to the plane one.
All right. You do notice that the fire seems totally ineffectual, but the initial damage from the sword attack does count.
Okay. And that is it.
Alrighty. This shadow tries to phase out through the wall. You can take an opportunity attack if you want.
I know what turn undead is, so I'm good.
Alright. The shadows. This one tries to run away. Gale and Toto can take opportunity attacks if they want. Just keep misclicking.
Totoro uses reaction, and Gale doesn't have a melee weapon.
Alright. That brings us back to Vasu. Vasu, you cannot see more than 5 feet in
Question.
front of your face. Yeah.
Yeah, you want me to just have Shu do anything he does on my turn, or roll separate initiative?
No, you can have him do it on your turn. It's easier that way.
Okay, if he typically hides out under my hood in my cloak, does he need to make a con save to be not blinded too? Or is
We'll
he-
say that being under the hood is enough to protect him from, like, air-based attacks. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
If he does poke his head out, though, he can't see more than 5 feet.
Oh.
And that's not because of the hood. That's because of these ash creatures.
Because they're so close?
Yeah, so these things have both kind of like swarmed into your space. They tried to choke you and failed, but even though they're not choking you, they do limit your vision to 5 feet.
Gotcha. Okay, well, first, I don't know if it's any sort of action, but I'm going to... I'm going to tell Shu to fly out, and I'm assuming once he gets past 5 feet, he can see just fine again.
Yep.
I'm going to kind of have him swoop down and try to take the torch from Moat, if Moat will let him, because I get the feeling these guys are trying to extinguish that.
So he actually left the torch just sitting on the ground right here, so it's easy enough.
Okay, yeah, so he's going to just go grab that and fly back up with it so that they can't put that shit out easily.
Damn it. It's pretty smart.
This is... Yeah. I'm wicked smart. Okay, and then I'm gonna use my real actions to what are the adjectives on this other one?
Looks like stocky and graceful. Looks like graceful.
Okay, I'm gonna stab at graceful first with the spear.
That is plenty, and just like before, they burst really.
Oh no! Oh wait, I have advantage.
You have
so that's
yep.
10.
Yep, you got protection. You're good.
Cool. Bonus action. I'm just gonna kick the other one. I'm not gonna make it a fire kick since he's right up close anyway. So
Alright.
it's just regular slashing damage.
Yeah, plenty, more than enough to burst it. And you can see clearly now.
Question: what happened as a result of Moat fucking up his entire life? Was that resolved?
Yeah,
It has been resolved.
I'm curious to know what that was too, but who knows?
Can I have a token for Shu?
Right now it's this mage hand with an owl next to it, but I will.
Yay!
Let's see. She needs to maintain her concentration. She's just going to try to attack this thing that is trying to choke her. Easy enough. I do need Nordo and Flick to make con saves as this one bursts. Alright, good enough. That brings us to Flick.
Real quick, was there a repeated save at like the end of my turn for that other effect that was on me, or is that not a thing?
Oh, for the suffocation?
Yeah.
No, that just ends at the end of your next turn.
Okay, yeah.
It's so cute!
Right? It's real cute.
I don't think he's angry enough.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Alright, Flick,
Okay,
you're up.
can I get this? What is that? Lanky Ashwalker from here?
Yeah, sure can. 17 is plenty. 10 slashing. You heave off a big part of its left arm. It clatters into the ground and scatters into ash.
and I need to just like make my booming blade also do the damage so I can quit re-rolling it, but also.
Alright, you do see that what remains of it is now kind of encased in thundering energy. That brings
Can
us...
I use my bonus action to attempt to hide behind this?
Are you a level 2 rogue?
Yep.
Then you sure as fuck can. It is going to try to take an opportunity attack. 10 is a big old miss. So yeah, you kind of duck down behind there. You can tell that there are some things that are still very obviously going to see you, but the ones farther up probably lost track of you enough to like get a good shot on them.
Okay. Do I need a roll for that, or just does it happen?
So I'll save it for when you were like about to make the attack.
Okay.
Gale.
Yeah.
Who's this on that? The thing on top of
the
you?
lanky at the lanky guy.
Okay, gotcha. 14 is plenty. 8 is a solid hit. And does that have the lightning built in? It does.
It does. Real shit damage.
It is real shit damage. It's kind of a shame. It continues hobbling towards you, but it does have just a giant hole in its chest now that is flaking ashes out of it.
Alright, Toto will try and finish it off with a bite.
Alright. That's not magical damage, is it?
It is not, I believe.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Perfect. Yeah, he lunges out to grab this thing, just kind of leaps on top of it, and like a dog jumping into a pile of leaves, the whole thing just crumbles under him, and ashes kind of plume out in a cloud. I do need another con save from you. You're good. You're all prepared for this shit. Any movement?
I'll stay here for now, I think.
Alright. Brings us to Ace.
Alright, I'm going to move my Hunter's Mark onto the Broad Ash one, and I'm going to attack.
Oh my god, look at that damage.
Fuck that guy. I need those papers.
Well, he has 2 health, so he is dead. I do need one more con save from Gale.
That's 33 damage.
Yeah, holy fuck.
What?
At level 4, right? Jesus.
I don't know if it's critical.
He
It's only-
also... Yeah, well, he also... he's not even humanoid, so I didn't get that extra damage on that.
Christ. Alright, yeah, there's this arrow that whizzes past. In fact, oh no, wait, that's right, I forgot Vasu lightened everything up. Gale, you can just barely make out the very top of Ace's hat, though. There's still this, like, triangle of shadow that he's encased in, and you can barely see him in it at all.
He's small, I love him.
Alright,
Gale, just hold him to the papers. I can get them afterwards. Let's just take care of this first.
Where are you? I can't see you.
Look for the glint of my ace.
Actually, because Shu is now lifting that torch up, Ace is, he is in dim light.
I still have the same effect in dim light.
No,
I think. Yeah.
so you have...
It says, and I can read it, detect you in dark or dimmed conditions.
It says a creature that relies on dark vision to see you does not see you in darkness.
Dark or dim conditions.
I'll double check it afterwards. Anyway, that brings us...
I have it right here. I can bring it down to you if you want.
I have the internet. It's okay. Anyway, one thing at a time. Let's do this Water Warden. He's going to rush up and kind of... Again, this is going to be on Moat. That, I think, will be a hit.
Yeah, that does it.
Alright, so he sends this watery whip sword out around you again, and this time as it hits your neck, it freezes into this ring of ice, and then he yanks it backwards and pulls you through the 2 Ashwalkers.
Oh no.
And then he's gonna back away.
He stole our moat.
And that brings us to Nomad.
That's a predicament I'm not very fond of.
Me too.
So, first things first. Enough of that. I'm going to, first of all, let's see, where is it? Reach over there, and this area here, Let me pull out a reticle, just to see how much friendly fire I can avoid. Reticles. Where are the reticles? Ah, there they are.
You got it.
10. It's a 10-foot radius, yes? Whoa, that's bigger than I thought.
Yeah, man, 10-foot radius is good.
It's freaking massive. How do I not kill my friends with this? Right? Oh my god, look, it'll get Moat. Moat will die. I don't feel like killing Moat. If I put
I
it
appreciate
here,
that.
Insight check.
I'd like to destroy these 3. Well, if I can.
Okay, so
Probably won't.
yeah, each step is 10 feet up. So you could get either the bottom 2 or the top 1, but there's no way to hit all 3. I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Right. I'll just get the bottom 2. These boils here. And here's the roll. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong page. I have so many spells. Well, a lot of them aren't even learned yet. Here we go. 14 thunder.
Oh yeah, they take every single bit of that. The one next to Elise and yourself erupts into ashes. I do need 1 con save from each of you. The other one is still standing.
Right. 1 con save.
Yep, you guys are both fine as ashes fly out. The other one stumbles, but then continues coming your way. Half of it now literally kind of like fading away as it's
And
been
then
thunder waved off.
Yay! And that's a bonus action. 23 on this one. 19 on this. And then 15 on this.
Alright, everybody that hits. Nordo and Elise need another con save from that puff. Elise at this point does actually, she kind of turns her head from that first one to keep the ash out of her face, but then that's right as Nordo's engulfed one explodes and she just takes a huge whiff of it, starts hacking and coughing.
Oh no, at least I'm sorry.
Nordo's fine though.
But
this one is still up, just barely.
Yeah, so
And then the one
one of the
past
daggers are here, one of these are here, and one of them are here. Just for reference.
Yep, alright.
There we go.
Let's see, I believe all of the ash winds have been dealt with. They sure have. Ash walkers, there is still 1 left that is afraid. 10, 20. Gale can take a swing if you want, and so can Toto. 30, 40.
What is a link to the actual ranger one I need then? Because I found another one, but I don't know if it's actually the actual one.
Just a second, I'll grab a link to it. Oh no, Toto! He tries, but he's not able to get a hold of it. He's just terrified. This Ashwalker and this Ashwalker and this Ashwalker aren't afraid though. This one up. This one, these 2 are going to surround Nordo. So these first 2 are on Nordo. Uh, 17
The
would hit.
first one hits, yeah.
Alright. And this one is on Nomad. 16?
Woo! 16 would hit, but I am going to shield it. It misses.
Excellent. Alright. That brings us to Nordo.
Okay. Can I move past to get to where Moat is, or am I gonna have to use like some sort of action to do so?
So you can either use an action or a bonus action to either tumble or overrun, depending on if you want to use strength or dexterity.
Never mind. I'm gonna run up the stairs and just jump down.
Hell yeah, dude. Do it the fun way. Okay, these 2 are going to take opportunity attacks.
I will. That's too late. You already rolled. It's fine.
No.
I was considering a bonus action for. Nope. I'm just gonna run from him. It's fine. The 23 hits.
Alright. Oh my god, he does land a good hit as you turn around for 12 bludgeoning.
Halved by rage, thank God. And then once I get over there, I will use my action to pull Moat out if I can.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Oh no, they're both dying.
Oh, easy. You just reach in, grab Moat by the collar, and yank him free. No problem whatsoever.
Okay, and then I will use my final key point for another dodge.
Alright. This guy, they have fucked right off. They're long gone. Moat, you've been pulled free.
Perfect. I will use my bonus action to use Wrathful Smite. And then I will swing on this water dude.
Sick. Uh, 16 is good. 8 hits. Or 8 damage.
Okay, hold on. A bunch of stuff happens here.
Yeah, I know there's some sort of fancy smite shit. Ooh.
So, first of all, I dump a Divine Smite into it.
It is not a fiend or undead, but it does take 14 radiant.
And then there's the Wrathful Smite.
And it needs a... Oh, it has to use an action to do that. Oh my god. Okay, so it needs a wisdom save. It fails. It becomes frightened of you.
Beautiful.
Okay, sorry. I believe that is it for me. I just turned to Nordor. I'm like, thanks, buddy.
He just has blood red eyes and doesn't even acknowledge you.
Okay. Shadows dealt with. Vazu.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of fly down here, touch down next to, kind of at the edge of this slab that the dead elf is on, or whatever. I'm just gonna attack these 2 Ashwalkers that are still down here. First one's gonna be on the pallid one. Oh no.
Nine hits for 12 magical piercing.
Hey. How's it look?
Pretty close to dead. It's basically just like 2 arms in a U shape around what remains of its torso and 2 legs out the bottom.
Okay. I'm going to spend the key point to do a flurry of blows. So first I'm going to kick the pallid one again and hopefully kill it.
That is plenty. I do need a con save from you.
I ain't scared. I ain't scared of nothing. You think some ash is going to stop me? Oh god!
You're good.
Oh wait, never mind. I
You
have
got the
advantage.
mask,
Yeah.
Alright.
For comedic effect, I will pretend that Vasu spends about 2 seconds hacking and coughing before he then spends the rest of that flurry of blows to kick the plain Ashwalker right in the face too.
That is good for another 8. It is still standing, but most of its torso is gone.
Cool. That's my turn.
Alright. Flick, you're hidden behind this thing. You can hear lots of things dying and exploding all around you.
Sorry, real quick. I don't think I can move the mage hand that has the torch, but, Shu is just gonna continue to play keep away. He's gonna fly kinda further over this way so we can hopefully keep the rest of us lit up, but maybe get, Ace back in dim light or dark light, because I know he likes that kind of shit.
Yeah, I think it's a 30-foot radius, so like right over here gets all of you. Nordo and Moat are a little out of its range. It's your call.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Alright, sounds good.
Get everybody but Ace if we can.
Sounds good.
Because I know he's the edgy, broody type that likes to sit in the darkness.
Alright, Flick.
All right. Sorry. If I move here, can I peek around the corner and shoot at the water ward?
You sure can, and go ahead and give me a stealth check. Yeah, you kind of slink around the wall, and it seems to have lost sight of you as it was focused on Moat. You have advantage. Woo! 20 is good for 9 force damage. A spray of water hits the back of the room.
Woo.
Any bonus action?
Mm, can I attempt to hide from the water warden just standing right here against this wall?
Yeah, if you kind of like, you can do that.
Shit, I feel bad now. Like I forgot you were there. There's just so many things on screen. I was like, oh,
He was hiding. That's what he wanted you to do.
It was successful. All right. That brings us back up to Gale.
Oh god. Okay. Alright, I guess I'll shoot the. I can basically see everything that's going on down there, right?
Oh yeah, easy peasy.
Okay. Then I will shoot at the. I guess, knowing my. This Gale is a very prominent Pokemon player, he's gonna shoot the Water Warden.
Excellent. Oh boy. Okay.
It's super effective.
Yeah, roll me. Oh, it's already built in. Holy shit. 23. Yeah, this bolt of lightning just flies down from the rafters, smacks into this warden, and you see lightning crackling across the surface. You manage to pull Mode out just in time as the shot comes rocketing down, and he begins to just steam and sizzle. He shrinks a little bit, a couple inches off of each surface, as most of the water is just steamed away.
oh.
Excellent. I don't really have any other bonus action, and Toto can't do a whole hell of a lot, so, yeah, I guess I'll just hang out here for now. I'll kind of move back here and just make sure that the nobody else comes back in through this hallway.
Alright. Sounds good. Brings us to Ace.
So looking at this thing, for one, I realized that I have even better initiative, and my additional attack on my first turn does like a way more damage too.
Oh,
So
yeah,
not that
your
it mattered
first-
for this time.
Yeah, your first attack each turn
It just,
gets
like-
an extra D8.
Yeah,
Or
I
actually,
did
believe
not
it's
realize
your-
that.
It's your third attack.
My
not your
extra
attack,
addition.
yeah.
Okay, I'll look at that. But yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to move my mark to the young water warden,
Alright.
and then I'm going to shoot him.
Okay. Yeah, it is going to use its reaction as you send this bolt flying down. Several things happen, actually. First, Moat puts the fear of God into this thing, and it suddenly recoils back. And in Primordial, you hear this bubbling, almost hissing steam-like voice. And it says, "It's true. They're working together. I have to warn them." And then this bolt comes flying down from Ace. It reaches a hand up and puts up this icy shield. The arrow kind of plinks off of it, clatters to the ground. Second shot.
I don't have a second shot, only on my first turn.
Oh, that's right. You guys aren't 5 yet. Oh my god, he's alive.
No. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. That's my turn.
All right. Yeah, it's true. They're working together. I have to warn them. It is going to use its action to disengage, and it turns into this snaking stream of water, and it slithers up the wall, up these steps like you saw it approach, and it makes it to here, I think. Over to here. What is its speed?
This is Aquan, right?
It is. Yeah, it seems to have an Aquan dialect of Primordial. And you can see it is starting to filter its way through these rocks, but this is as far as it can get. And Nomad is up.
I call out at it in Aquan, in my physical voice, which surprisingly works well because it's very slimy.
Yeah, very gurgly.
And I'm like, wait, working with whom? And the 2 call to arms attack. 1 here.
Yeah,
Another one.
both of the walkers are dead, so I need a save from you, Elise, and Vazu.
Sorry for the poofiness, guys. It's so poofy.
Actually, Elise is already coughing anyway, so she's good.
Hey.
Alright, you two are good. And then you still have your middle sword if you want.
Yeah, my middle sword. Oh, I can't do much. I'm just going to like start moving. So it's difficult terrain first. You know, I'm gonna go over here. Here, and I think I can reach only up to here. And then the swords teleport to me. And I'm just gonna like gesture at Shu. I'm like, Shu, may I have that torch, please?
Hey, fuck you, pal. I saw it, boy. You want your own fucking magical torch? You gotta wait for it.
Alright. Gale, you hear several of these Ashwalkers just scrambling up these spiral stairs. It's not really clear where they're going, but you do notice that they get quieter and quieter as they make their way up.
I use my action to attack Shu. I don't.
Please don't.
Nordo. This thing has fled.
I begin scrambling my way up after it. I have 40 feet of movement and advantage on athletics, so however far I get with just movement.
Yeah, so this is definitely a climbable surface. There's lots of things that you can use as footholds or whatever. Climbing is half speed, so that is 10 feet up, 10 feet over, 10 feet up, 10 feet over. Gets you basically this part, so it's about 10 feet above you. And it is like the slithering snake thing.
I'm out of key points, which is terrible news.
Oh, actually, I did
I
that
was-
math wrong. It would get edge. You basically just get to the top here.
Okay, I will use my action to dash.
That'll get you right up to it.
And can I tell like where it's going?
Yeah, you see this thing is literally kind of filtering itself through these rocks, trying to just like escape through all of this rubble.
Okay. I guess that's it. I'm just gonna like stay there and try to, I don't know, like stand in its space.
Yep. All right. Yeah. Easy. Like just stand over the pool. You get ready to try to chase it down, or do opportunity attacks, or keep it from going. Mo.
Okay, can I see him from where I'm at?
No, but you definitely know where he's going, and you see Nordo chasing after him. But because he's in like that slithering like snake form, he's low to the ground.
Okay. I will run over here and stand on top of this little pillar thing. Can I see him now?
What's your passive perception?
Shit, 10.
10? That's plenty. As you turn around looking for some way to get a good viewpoint, you do see a very old, kind of...
Alright, I'll give it a try. I want to try to climb up here and then throw a chakram at this water warden.
Woo! Okay, yeah, give me your choice of athletics or acrobatics. Okay, give me well, what's the normal range on chakram? It's 2060.
Yeah, 2060.
Alright, give me an attack roll at disadvantage. So you see this ladder and you start scrambling up it, and you can hear the wood splintering and creaking under the weight of you and all of your plate armor. And as you get just high enough to see Nordo standing over this thing, you hear a snap, and you feel your entire body weight jerk under you, and you feel yourself starting to fall. But as you tumble through the air, you grab one of these chakrams, you fling it, and a 16 flies past crashes into the icy shield, splits it in two, and you watch as the entire snake just bursts into steam all around Nordo. And
Hot.
then you land
Fuck yes.
and take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as the ladder collapses.
Can do.
Worth it.
As it erupts into steam, however, unless you guys want to give chase, you hear all of the remaining undead kind of running their way up the spiral stairs, off into the distance, and nothing else seems to come for you.
Yeah. I just asked Vasu to get Shu to like hand over the torch.
What do you think he meant by what he said?
That there are others.
Also, I do translate what he says to everyone who doesn't speak Primordial. He said he need to tell someone that they're working together.
Who's they?
I'm not sure. Perhaps if something else like that happens again, if I have them marked, we can track them, but obviously getting through that rubble would be difficult.
Right.
Should we try clearing the rubble and see where he was headed?
Possibly, but here, Ace. I think
Yes.
that this is useful for you.
I like take it and I read over it, and I have like this piece of paper, and you see like the common alphabet, and then you see like a whole bunch of numbers written on there. And I just add more numbers to it.
Boss is gonna kind of look at Nomad and be like, I don't know. He's real stubborn, and I think you might have enough torches already, pal.
I need to put it on the corpse.
Oh, okay. Hey, Shu, give him the torch. He'll give you the torch.
Yay! And
He
I take
doesn't
it
look
over.
doesn't look happy about it, but he does.
He did a good job. It's probably really heavy for him anyway. Like, I'm gonna see what happens if we like just put the torch on this body, like kind of snap.
Hey, Nomad, maybe you should let Moat do that since this is his job.
Just checking. I don't know. He looks half dead. If this explodes, at least I can survive.
Can you?
Perhaps ask Moat since it's his. Be kind.
Sure, Moat, what are you
Moat,
doing?
may I put this torch in the body?
Okay, hold on 1 second. Before any of that happens, knowing what I know about Ryujins, does it seem like that water elemental was like serving a purpose here?
Oh, give me insight or Arcana. Either one of those would be okay.
I believe in you. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's all I needed.
You also have inspiration, so don't forget that.
As you start kind of trying to piece things together and figure out what's going on, it does seem a little bizarre to you that in a place that is clearly of some sort of elemental and specifically Ignan significance, there was a water elemental standing guard and an ice wall to keep people out, and that the ice wall had holes that a water elemental could potentially travel back and forth between, but normal creatures could not. You do start to maybe get the impression that that thing has been lurking here for some reason.
Okay, tight. Also, I was doing research. What's happening with my torch in this body?
Yeah, you do see that.
I've grasped the torch.
Yeah.
And I ask you like if I can lay it next to the body and see if something happens.
Yeah, go for it. I don't think anything's gonna happen, but go for it.
You know, I'll just lay it here.
Yeah, as
Kind of like.
he brings it over and kind of asks you this question, both of you, in fact most of you pretty easily, do see that there is just a tiny little glowing spot that appears on the wall behind you. Just like, kind of shelf size like that.
The body is the red herring. This is the real thing. Friend Moat, look.
Well, would you look at that? Norda, that 7 is for you.
Thanks.
Oh, that's lovely.
While they're checking that out, Ace, what's up?
I'm checking out this rubble here, and like, does it look really dense? Does it look like it could be easily cleared out to get through there?
Sure, go ahead and give me an investigation.
So I pull out my spyglass, or my magnifying glass, and I get into my detective stuff.
Take a look. It's a little hard to say. It's definitely like fully blocking it off from down here. You're not sure how high up it goes. It could potentially be cleared, but it would take a lot of time and effort, and you don't see an easy way to get through it. It seems to fully close in that archway.
Interesting. Well, that looks like a lost cause. Doop de doop de doo. Actually, I'm
I
gonna stay up
offer-
here with Gale, and I'm gonna watch the entrance as well.
I offer Shu one of the torches, the green flame, to replace the one he put down.
He eyes it suspiciously, but he will accept this trade.
Excellent.
Can he lift this torch? I probably should ask.
It's a struggle. It's a real struggle. But you know, if he's really exerting himself, he can probably hold it and carry it. Like owls are birds of prey; they carry their prey around. He can probably carry it for a minute or two before he gets tired. It's
Doing it out of spite.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger
He
than
has-
the things he would normally hunt. It's not a field mouse.
He has 3 strength.
That's actually much higher than I was expecting. Yeah,
He's a very strong owl.
He is tiny though, but he's also really strong for an owl.
yeah.
He's a strong owl, and
This
he's
is-
wicked smart.
This is where the rules start to fall apart because 3 strength is enough to lift a Morton bag of salt, and I don't see that happening.
But he's an owl. He's a magical owl.
But
Bear
yes.
in mind, he's also that's based on medium creatures. Then he's like 2 size guys.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So
Yeah.
it'd be. You're right. Okay, so that's about 10 pounds, which is about right. Yeah, he can carry the torch.
Is that based on a medium creature?
Yeah.
Okay, because
It-
I'm just
has-
looking at the Find Familiar tab on 5e tools.
Oh wait,
and it
that's
says
tiny too. You're right.
Yeah.
So, well, the normal carrying rules is 15 pounds per point of strength, but that is for medium creatures, and every size class down, I believe it either halves or quarters it. So in other words,
Halves.
okay, so yeah, that means 10 pounds is his limit.
Okay.
And that is like fully encumbered, moving slowly, having a terrible time. But we don't use encumbrance rules because fuck that shit. Anyway, back to the scene.
Well, it looks like we made it, Moat. You think the torch goes up there?
It seems like it could, but real quick, is anybody here familiar with Ryujin? Is it Ryujin or Ryujin? I don't want to keep saying it wrong.
I think it's Ryujin,
Not-
but I don't know.
Yeah.
Tight, Ryujin it is.
Is Ryujin not one of the dragon gods or something?
Is any of us? Can any of us make a check for that? Or
Sure. Anybody who's got like a bunch of int or Arcana proficiency would be fine.
Not religion. It sounds like a god.
Um,
I speak Draconic. Is that
what is
enough
a
to make
bunch
it
of
work?
int?
we'll say like a +3 int. It is not. It is not religion. You can make a religion check at disadvantage, though. It's tangentially
Okay,
related.
so this is one of the kaiju, right? Ryujin?
You can make a religion check at disadvantage or an Arcana check.
Yeah. The name was in the memory with the balance.
It was. Definitely was.
Arcana check, right? You want?
Yep.
Okay.
So with 18 wisdom and the ability to speak Draconic, can I make a wisdom check on that?
It has nothing to do with Draconic, and it's very much a knowledge thing more than a wisdom thing.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
Just didn't want to roll anything with int.
Yeah, if it was like related to Draconic, I might give you a thing there, but it's not.
Yeah, I
Yes.
rolled a 19.
Is this by any chance something that I would have read about at the monastery? Because I know it's like loosely kind of maybe sort of related to
You could.
I mean, the only reading I did there was learning to read common, but it was whatever books they had there, you know what I mean?
Give me a luck check. You can give me Arcana at disadvantage, which is a tall order for Nordo, but who knows?
Who knows, man?
You've probably heard the word once, but it was in one of those books at some point, and it was a long time ago.
Got it.
Nomad, you have a vision of somebody on a ship at sea in the middle of a storm. And you remember being freezing cold, pelted by hail, working desperately, trying to get the lines in order. And then there is a flash of lightning and a noise so loud it deafens you, and a brilliant light and bits of wood shrapnel exploding all over the place as one of the masts is struck by lightning, and fire begins to rain over the deck of the ship. one of the sails begins to fly off, torn away by the storm. And you hear this sailor just mumble under his breath that they must have done something to piss off the Ryujin. You get the impression it is some sort of entity or being who has tremendous amount of control over water, storms, the sea. Not a god that you're aware of. I don't know how. I'll try to explain that at some point. But some other being that has a lot of control over the sea.
Yahar!
Yeah, there's another guy who's like, don't be dumb, you can't pray to the Ryujin, it's not a god. And that's how you know.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, Noah can have this trance, and he has a pirate accent for some reason. And he's just like, Ryujin he be, she be, they be. A titan of the sea or something. And then he clears his throat. And it's like, it's some sort of creature, entity. Controls the storms and waves.
Sure, Flick, go
Do not know what it is.
Yeah, Flick, go and give me Arcana as well. That's
How do you spell Ryujin? Is it Ryujin?
Flick definitely heard of it. You're aware that a lot of sailors kind of talk about how they've pissed off the Ryujin. It's like a very superstitious sort of belief, and they talk about it like a creature or a beast, not a god. Again, a lot of people treat it like some sort of a sea monster, kind of like talking about angering Mother Nature or something like that.
Like pissing off the Kraken.
Kind of like pissing off the Kraken a little bit, sure.
You're not entirely wrong, Nomad. It's kind of like, well, I guess the best way to put it is it's almost just like a force more than anything else. But anyway, it's strange to see a bunch of water elementals in a mausoleum of ash. Seems like there's probably a lot of imbalance going on here.
Or maybe that's what the balancing factor is. There's a lot of ash. It's very dry here. They needed moisture, so they brought water elementals.
Did you understand what it said? I mean, I understood the words, but I couldn't make any sense of it.
It seems that the creature had allies to report.
It seems like those allies might be somewhere deeper down. I'm assuming this tunnel leads to more stairs and further down into the temple or monastery.
Or it was trying to escape.
Yeah, Moat, what's up?
Okay, so reading through this death note, do the names Samson, Tomorello, or the place Firebird's Roost mean anything to me?
Oh boy. Give me a history check. You know that you have heard of the Firebird's Roost. You know that it's a place of great significance to the fire elementals. It's a place that they kind of make their, not really holy site, but whatever the elemental equivalent of a holy site is. You know that its location is intentionally kept very secret. You know that you are not privy to that information. You know, it's a very important place. Neither of the names mean anything to you.
Okay, cool. Can I start looking for Samson's bones? I assume they're right underneath this elf.
Check under the elf, and underneath this stone slab, there's like a little, there's an opening. There's a couple of shelves that have a lot of embalming equipment on it. Some knives, some glass vials, some of which are empty, some of which contain oils and spices and things to preserve bodies, and then again a couple bolts of cloth. But you don't find anything else down there, especially not any like bones or anything like that.
Okay, guys, well, good news, bad news. The good news is that we were right about the tablets, and like which tablet was which base. The bad news is that neither of these letters really helps us. Also,
Think-
I'm not sure if everybody can see these letters, but I'm passing them around.
Which letters?
If
The
there's a
Death
way to
Note.
do that, God.
They should be able to see both of those. Did they just pop up?
They're
for
inside
everyone?
your inventory, or inside your little loot thing on the second tab.
Yeah, and they should have just popped up for everybody too.
Oh yeah, those.
Question
Yeah,
to the
what's up?
DM. Okay, so because my favorite enemy is humanoids and I have advantage, I know what they are, and this letter said that he was a famous hero or something. Can I make a history check on him? On this Samson Tormora?
Sure. Give me a history check. It's going to be a reach, but it's possible.
Advantage is humanoid?
Sure. Never heard of it. Doesn't ring any sort of bells.
Also, the second letter, does in fact have a good thing in there. It gave me more ciphers. So I think that the tablet on the left, because it had the 9 there, I believe that it's based on more abysmal writings and not necessarily a base 10.
Though yes, the handwriting is pretty poor as well.
So we need to find the bones of this Samson Tomarello and get him to Firebird's Roost then? Is that your next task?
I guess so. They just told me to come and find his bones. I guess they want me to take him to Firebird's Rest?
Is this him?
Roost?
No, that's the V name from the other letter. He must have come here before me to do this, and looks like he didn't fare too well.
How come he's on the slab?
He honestly probably just laid up there to die.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
What's up, Ace?
The other one we found upstairs said something about Beetle McClee. Is that a name that I know?
Give me another history check. Advantage because your class says so. You remember as you were passing through Willingquet and you stopped through a very small village. Give me a luck check, actually. Okay, you remember as you were passing through a little village, you heard talk of the McLee family and how they're kind of a wealthy family. And that's all you would really know. Is you've heard that name once before, and it was kind of a wealthier name.
Where is this at again? Willingquet?
Yeah, that is as you were passing through Willingquet, which is kind of like the civilized continent down where Moat and Flick and Yule are from.
Hey, does any of you guys know Beetle? Do you guys anyone know about the McLee family? Specifically, maybe a Beetle McLee?
Do I?
Flick can make a history check. Moat can make one at disadvantage.
Spoiler alert, I don't need it.
Okay.
I ate Muckley once. No.
Moat, the name sounds vaguely familiar. You know you've heard it before. You know it's not like a terribly common name, so it seems a little weird that you've heard it before. Like maybe they were a politician or a noble of some importance, but you can't remember what the name was important for. Flick, kind of the same deal. You remember that it was kind of like an important name. It belonged to somebody noteworthy, but you don't really remember why they were important.
Got it.
Think it might be part of the pirate ship that's out there? Maybe their crew? Maybe they owned the pirate ship?
Suppose it could be.
That was kind of the impression I got, was that note belonged to the person I took it off of, and it was his name, although I could be wrong about that, the lizard folk fella.
Does lizard folk sound correct to me for this family?
No, especially not because you heard of it in Willingquet. You imagine it's probably either human or elf or dwarf. Maybe rat folk, but that's probably a stretch.
Having known a lot of the languages I know, does it sound like it's like common, dwarfish, elvish, gnomish?
You know Gnomish? Yeah.
I know Gnomish, Dwarfish, Elvish, Orcish,
Yeah.
Undercommon, Thieves' Cant, Primordial Uncommon.
You would know that it's a fairly uncommon name amongst a lot of races, but it's kind of a common name for gnomes.
Perhaps a gnome. Can't really say much more than that.
Oh, maybe he's so small he's hidden somewhere here.
Unlikely, because you can see us.
I immediately start looking for gnomes.
Yeah,
Alright.
well, you're not hiding right now.
Moat, so there are multiple monasteries around here. Do you think that there are more clues than other ones, or do you think that we should go deeper into here? And also, what is that opening over there that you found?
I've not quite investigated this opening. I suppose we could go to the other mausoleums, but I mean, the torch is lighting stuff up here, and the guy before me who came to do the same thing came here. And then the letter from the order telling about how the tablets work would suggest that we're in the right spot.
Well, I guess my question is, what made you decide to come to this monastery over the other ones? Was it just
Gale
luck?
wanted to look at the boat.
Gotcha. All right. Well, maybe we should check out this little alcove.
Yes, agreed.
Alright. So, like the archway up above, it's just this lit up spot on the wall. You can't see through it, but, it's there.
I touch the torch to it.
Alright. It passes through. It's about the size of like a good TV or so. Maybe, like 27 inches across, something in that ballpark.
So I can crawl through it?
Yeah, you're small enough you could fit in it if you want.
Is it like deep, or?
If you kind of like reach a hand through, it feels like it goes back about 1.5 feet, and then you hit a wall.
Is there anything in there?
Yeah, you kind of feel around a little bit, and you feel a few things. You feel a couple of things that feel kind of like paper wrapped up into rolls, and then some sort of like box about the size of a book.
I remove it all.
All right. You pull it out, and you find 2 wrapped up scrolls that are sealed with wax that are in very good condition, almost pristine condition. And then you find a little wooden box that seems to be a little worn and weathered, but not nearly as ancient as everything else in here. And on the box, on the lid of it, you can see in silver a familiar design.
What sort of familiar? Oh, it's so dark.
It is so dark.
It is so dark.
R.I.P. our colorblind viewer.
I'm so sorry, I forgot to light this part up.
Does the box open? Oh, it has a thing in the middle of it. I see it now.
It does look like it does open, but yeah, it's currently locked.
I head upstairs.
Alright.
It needs some sort of password, and it looks like it isn't. Ooh, we gotta find something else.
Ooh.
Gotta find something else.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Also, she was gonna hoot angrily and then go pick up the torch again. Nobody's gonna try and stop her from taking it.
Alright. Gale, as you head up, there's no sign of the undead that went up there. You can see sloppy footprints in the otherwise frozen pool of water that seem to indicate that everything has run out of the front face of this building and is nowhere to be found.
Is the wall still mostly melted?
It is. It's you can see again the pool has frozen over, but the hole is still there. It hasn't like closed up or healed or anything.
Okay. I want to try doing something a little weird.
All right.
I want to go over to the staircase, and I'm gonna try having Toto use his magical Godzilla repair beam
Okay.
on this rubble,
Sure.
and see if it will repair itself.
Okay. Oh my god, I forgot what check. I think it was an int check or a
Intelligence,
luck
so-
check. Okay, yeah, give me either an
Well,
int
he,
check.
he literally has a repair
Oh,
feature.
oh, he has a repair feature. Yes. Okay. Interesting.
I'm just flavoring it as the Godzilla beam because that's fun.
Okay, I like it. Toto.
And I don't know, maybe that weird heart powers up his repair ability. I don't know what it does yet.
Who knows, man? Okay, Toto kind of takes a step back, and he hunches down and he opens his mouth, and this beam fires out at one of the pieces of rock. And you know, in every Oblivion game ever, or for that matter, every Bethesda game ever, when something gets stuck in the physics and you hear it just clattering and rocking against itself over and over until eventually it just ejects to freedom. That's basically what happens to this pillar. You watch as a bunch of these rocks just start bouncing against each other and the sides of this wall until eventually they shoot out of the archway, smack into this ice wall a few times, leaving wrap around through the hole and reconstruct a portion of this pillar. And then the energy of his repair is kind of worn thin and the beam stops.
So the rubble in here seems to have been from outside, and it's been like plugged up. It's not like this place just caved in.
That's maybe the impression you get, at least from that bit.
Huh. Well, I'm gonna have Toto use his other 2 uses of repair and see if he can clear out any more space.
Yeah. This time, the same sort of effect happens, but instead of that pillar, it seems to patch up a little bit of this wall. And you notice that as he does it, it also grabs a few rocks from here as well to kind of patch this all up. And then with the third use, the third use grabs a little boulder that just kind of snaps up into the ceiling right about here and kind of smooths itself into place.
Has he cleared any reasonable portion of this, or is it still like just
11 points of health, 18, 26.
27
Or 27. Math is hard. I'm so bad at basic math. He's like cleared enough of this rubble for maybe like 1 or 2 more steps down. But if it is the same distance down, he's got a long way to go, like another 48 feet to go.
Okay. I mean, that's assuming that the whole thing is plugged up.
Right.
Do I find any gnomes in
Oh,
any
right.
of the
Of course.
body holes?
Nordo, give me.
For some reason, I thought you meant live gnomes, and you were just looking for them.
Oh, I am
This
looking
makes
for
so
live.
much more sense.
I'm trying to find a live gnome hiding in one of these holes.
All right, you do a pretty thorough job. The only ones you're not able to check super well are the top row of this one, but you're strong and you've already proven that you know how to climb up those things, so you're able to kind of just like skip. And looking through all of these bodies appear to be like in the 5 to 7 foot range. Humans mostly, maybe an elf here and there. You find one that's like pretty short and stocky, but you feel like it's probably a dwarf. Nothing nearly small enough to be a gnome. Notably, you do also find lots of belongings, little trinkets, jewels, the occasional weapon. Just things that have been kind of stuffed in there with them.
I ignore anything that doesn't look like it's like a still stone or magical. And I was literally looking for like live gnomes hiding in any of these holes. So unless that happens, I don't really pilfer with the bodies too much.
Yeah, you haven't found anything living or unliving or,
Noted.
anything like that.
Well, Nomad, don't think there's any gnomes hiding in here.
Yeah, man.
Do these symbols around the box look like they are like specific to any planes, or does it look more just like generic iconography?
Give me a religion check with advantage.
Say the bottom left one's Jujak. I don't know about the rest.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate.
You don't recognize the other 3, but you definitely recognize that bottom left one as Jujak. And actually, you would recognize the bottom right one as Bast, because it's the same thing that is on Elise's shield. And
So that's
actually,
bad.
even with a 5, you would recognize this as well. These faces are all the same faces that you saw on the masks at the temple of... What's his face?
Suwanu?
Yeah, back in Salt Bowl.
So, which ones does it recognize?
Jujak, bottom left. Zuanu, top left. And Bast, bottom right.
Hmm. And the top right is the only one he doesn't recognize, right?
Yeah, it doesn't recognize that one.
Do I recognize that one?
Give me a religion check. Yeah, you remember in your vision where you saw several of these shapes on the floors. You remember seeing these exact shapes, and they were inscribed with Jujak, Zuanu, Bast. Ooh, it starts with an S. Hang on, I'm so bad at my own lore.
It's Syra.
Sayura, that's right.
Yeah.
And then in the middle of that one was Adra from your vision.
What's Adra's symbol? What is that? Is that a caterpillar?
You're looking at it.
So,
this whole thing?
So no, this here is not actually a symbol. That is it's a tumbler lock, like it's
Okay.
a combination code, and it is labeled with the numbers 0 through 9, and they're all set to 0 right now.
This is Adra, right?
That is Sierra.
This is Syra.
Sarah.
For that
Where's
one, yeah.
Adra?
The 5 rings.
All
That's
5
Adra.
of them. Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, you would know that on Moat's tabard is just the 5 rings, and that is the symbol of Adra.
I always wondered why you wore the symbol of the Olympics, but I thought you were just very athletic.
I just love the Olympics.
Yeah, right. Though.
That is the shittiest symbol of Adra that anyone has ever seen.
It's okay.
There you go.
It's a Gordian knot. I get it. It's a real thing. Don't worry.
Ta-da!
I'm gonna ask Nordo to draw it. Don't worry. He's getting it.
I can take care of that.
Can you draw 5 circles? 5 perfect circles.
Don't know if they'll be perfect, but they'll be pretty good.
It's okay. Nothing perfect is real.
So what's our next move, Moat? Were you supposed to leave the torch here for your mission? Were you supposed to just come here and find the bone?
No, I don't think leaving the torch is gonna help us at all. We gotta get down to those bones. If we could get this box open, there's probably an answer in it somehow.
I could probably break it open.
Who hears you say, leave the torch, and he hoots in fright and hides back under the
I think the torch is gonna be more useful finding the bones anyway.
You think the bones are invisible?
No, but I mean, if this entire place is being protected by some kind of elemental power, it seems to be helping us, see invisible things, see through illusions. I imagine
Yeah.
there's a lot more to this mausoleum.
Can we put in a random number and see if it opens?
That's
what
the
happens-
number I put in.
All right.
There we go.
Nordo puts in the number 29544, and he tries to pull the lid open. Nothing happens.
I try to pull the lid open.
Give me an athletics check. You pull and you pull. It's pretty well constructed, actually. It does not just crack open like you were hoping.
These are the numbers I put in.
All right. You put in 56489, and nothing happens.
Okay, let's try 00001.
All right. Nothing
Who
happens.
said that?
Alright, now 00011.
Nothing happens.
We might be at this in a while, you guys.
I cast knock and open it.
Do you have nothing?
I don't have.
As this is happening, and I'm like, I was promised gold. Where are the riches?
The warning was there might be golden statues in here.
I take the 2 gold pouch off this elf and throw it to Gale.
Score. I talk to it.
Yeah.
Alright, what are we doing now?
Okay, so this is a super long shot. Are there any, important numbers in Adra's teachings?
Yeah. I mean, 5 and 4. You remember
Yeah.
that along the floors of your hall, there are a lot of examples given of four things being in balance, and then the total combination of those four things having a name, which is usually called like the fifth thing. And again, that is reflective of the five prime gods, these four gods that are kept in balance by Aedra. You know that they feel the same way about the seasons. They say that they feel the same way about the elements. So 4 and 5 are both like, pretty significant numbers. 11051 does not work.
Here's something I want to try. Let's see. The top one here is Zawanu. This one here is Zera, right?
Right.
Um, do you know like the rankings of the gods? Like who is the most revered and who's the least among Aedra, Jujak, Bast, Zera, and Zawanu?
Uh, Honestly, I don't know if there is a most or least revered.
Like Aedra is definitely the most revered, right? Because that's the head god.
I guess in a sense, but even that, they're all prime gods. Aedra's no more prime than any of the rest of them. They all just serve a different role.
What's the best role?
I might be a little biased here, but I'm a fan of Aedra.
Okay, we'll start with Aedra. Next, would you like to try clockwise or counterclockwise?
Let's go clockwise.
Yeah, there are 5 gods. If you start with Aedra, then you go with Suanu, Zera, and no wait, what? And Bast, and then Jujak. The names have letters. Suanu has 5 letters. Sarah has 5. Bast has 4. Jujak has 5. Aedra has 5. I don't know if that helps because it seems weird that this, like the code would just be 5, 4, 5, 5, 5. You know,
I mean, I
I
guess it
thought,
couldn't hurt to try.
yeah. Well, let's see. So starting with Aedra, that's 5. Zwanu is 5. Sarah is 5. Bast is 4. Dujak is 5. It's not open.
Notably, does this number system go 0 to 9?
It goes 0 to 9. And sorry, double checking. Or sorry,
any
go
of,
No zero.
do any of us know if Celestial has any sort of weird numbering system?
Are there
Ooh.
zeros on here, Fac, or is it only 1 through 9?
It is 0 through 9, and I guess give me a religion check. Nomad, as you're trying 55545, it doesn't work, but you do notice that the second 5 is a little bit more worn than the other 4.
Warm?
Worn in, like
Oh.
scuffed up. Gale, not really sure. Ace, what's up?
I'm going to ask Flick a question. Hey, Flick. Actually, I guess anyone. So those the 3 tablets in the other room. One of them is clearly, I guess, hints at abysmal. The other one perhaps undercommon. The other one, robot speak, I guess. Does anyone know if any of those, particularly like which directions they read? Right to left, left to right.
I would know Infernal.
You'd know Infernal's left to right.
Infernal's left to right.
And I'm assuming undercommon is left to right. What language do they speak in the robot plane?
Monodrone is a beautiful and well versatile language. Should not speak ill of it.
I am not. I'm simply asking which direction it goes, and I do not know the word for it, so I cannot say it.
Gale, you don't actually speak Modron, do you?
I absolutely should.
I would be so happy if you did, but I don't think you do.
It wasn't on my list of options for languages, as far as I know.
So
I don't have it. But if you would let me trade Undercommon for it, happily do it. But no, it's probably something that Gale has aspired to learn at some point, but probably hasn't.
You've probably at least interacted with it once or twice. Give me a history check. Son of a bitch. Yeah, dude. You know that.
I learned monotone. I'm just gonna add that to my sheet right now.
You know that Modrons, they count in base 7. You know they write left to right. Yeah, that's... You know that. You know that about Modron, for sure.
Perfect, thank you. And then I run off to the tablets.
Alright, perfect.
Right. So I've decided to change my method of working through it. I just find all the most worn numbers and make them face up.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
Cool. Can someone give me advantage?
If I can help, I will.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just well, your fingers will help. I'm gonna use my tentacles. So here we go. I don't know.
As you're kind of cycling through, hoping to get lucky, based on wear and tear, you feel like the second one is 5 and the fourth one is 8. But that's all you get.
Cool. The first one or second one?
The second number is 5 and the fourth number is 8.
Cool. Hey, look! Norder rolled 48. Oh, wait, no, we got 5 in.
Wait.
And then I'm like,
What'd you
wait,
say it
this is too
was?
much.
The second one is 5 and the fourth one is 8.
You're already doing it. Never mind. I was going to make a text box.
Yeah,
But
yeah, do his. I miscount. They put too many question marks. 1, 5, 5, 8, 9.
Norda keeps trying to steal the box so he can just brute force it. There's only 1,000 combinations that it can be. Yeah, what's up, Ace?
So back to these tablets. I'm up here investigating them. This one specifically, I guess the middle one. Does it look like it's supposed to be like a cave?
Kinda.
Like, what does it look like? I guess,
Yeah.
would he know what it was?
I mean, you've studied the Underdark. It kind of reminds you a little bit of the Underdark, but bigger. Like, that looks like a mountain, which, I mean, there are mountains in the Underdark, but that would have to be like a big open place in the Underdark. But
Having been down... Sorry.
You recognize a mountain, and you recognize stalactites, and it kind of looks like an enormous cave.
Do I have any inkling on what would use a 2-base counting system? Or a 5-base? Infernal uses the 9-base.
They have 9 characters for each pair of ribs, so I'm assuming that they're using a 2-base system since we have 2, 10, and 7.
That's probably... Well, I guess it could be this one. I'm trying to figure out which one it would be. Okay, I guess that would make more sense. So I think I got mine backwards. So then... Okay. Carry on.
Ace, you looked over the notes that Moat showed everybody, right?
I did, and I figured out the Infernal one. I'm just trying to figure out which is which. Would this look like an Infernal thing to me?
Give me... oh my god, what would that even be? I don't know. Does it look... It doesn't... Give me a religion check? Sure. Give me a religion check. I mean, not really. A lot of the time when you think Infernal, you think of, like, hell and lakes of fire and torment and then the 9 circles of hell. This just kind of looks like a mountain or a cave or something.
Wouldn't you think of the plane of Earth there, buddy?
Primordial, perhaps.
What
do I know?
Primordial, if you need any help with that.
I do as well. What do I know about Plane of Earth?
Give me an Arcana check. And Nordo, give me a luck check with advantage.
Can I help?
With advantage.
Because you figured out the clue.
I do get eventually bored of just putting random numbers in and go help Ace.
Okay, perfect. I have been watching your random numbers for the record.
I was hoping so.
70. That's pretty good.
Ace, kind of like trying to piece together what's going on here, and you remember that in the lecture there was mention of the cleverest kings on the plane of rock and soil. And Nordo, as you're just looking all over this, it just seems vaguely familiar, and you're not sure why. Something about it just seems right to you. Something about the way the mountain is carved seems to just kind of make you feel at peace. And you just kind of realize that, there's either left or right on each of these switches, and that's kind of it. It seems to just be on or off, just two states.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay. So I feel like I figured out which is which. Perhaps, maybe. Maybe not.
And I'm sorry, I missed some of the description earlier of these panels. So each of these weird little rectangles is a switch?
Yeah, so each one of those weird little rectangles looks like this.
Right.
Yeah.
And you said there's a switch that can only go on or off?
Yeah, so on this particular one, and they kind of click into place. And that's true even for the longer ones.
So there's a total of like 100
Oh,
or
I
something
see now.
switches
Okay.
here.
That makes a lot more sense. Okay, I was looking at this completely wrong. I didn't know what these panels were. I thought that they were just some weird.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
apologize.
These are all dials and switches.
Yeah, I should
Gotcha.
what Flick said it was. It's basically like a drive or a stick shift. You basically just move the
I missed that.
into place. The middle one, and then the bottom one, or rather two dials that can be turned.
And you said that the first 8 or so on the middle, or the second and the third row were the ones that seemed to be the most well used.
On all three of the panels, it seems like the most used, switches or panels or dials are the first 8 or so on the top row, and then the first 8 or so on the third row. And that is true for all of these panels, or all three of these like tablets.
Well, the Lorca have not the faintest clue what I'm looking at here, but
I think I have an
kinda
idea.
like this picture of the rocks. It's kind of nice.
Hold on a second. I'm like trying to.
Can we? Go
So
ahead.
these switches just flip, huh? And I start flipping switches.
Hold up. Don't get too excited.
I start from the top left and flip a switch.
All right, nothing happens.
I smack your hand.
It's too late. He's done it, but nothing happens.
I still smack his hand. I said hold up.
Why? They're just switches. All they do is go on and off.
Yes, because nothing ever bad happened from flipping an incorrect switch.
Nordo legitimately doesn't understand the reference.
I don't know if he's actually referencing anything, but yeah. So it looks like this one. I have the code here. Here, he shows you. He shows you like he has a common alphabet written out, and he has numbers beneath all of them. He has like 4 different rows: one that's base 10, one that's base 7, one that's binary, and one that's base 9.
None of it means anything to Nordo.
So, and he explains it to you. He explains how like each number correlates because it's a cipher. It's a code. We just have to know what the code word is so that we can put it in here.
Just a glazed over look on his face, not comprehending what you're saying at all.
Jumping back downstairs to Nomad.
Yeah. Friend mode. Do you
Yeah,
still
what's
have
up?
the torch?
I do.
Maybe it'll light something up.
No,
That's
it.
Yeah, Shu has it. He didn't pick it up.
Oh, never mind.
I gave him a torch already, though.
Hey,
gotta
Shu, can
find
I
him
see
for
that
it.
torch for a second?
Fuck no, get your own.
I did. You're holding it.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
At this
Just hold
point,
it over the box for a second.
Okay, you hold the torch over the box, and nothing lights up. However, as you're doing it, you get a message from Yule, who loves puzzles and would have loved to be here for the puzzle-heavy session. And she's like,
Yep.
what's taking so long? What are you doing down there? Do you need any help?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry, guys. Uh,
I want to type in Mechanist into the Mechanist one using the symbols. I know what they are.
okay.
Do I need to tell you what they would all be?
Start just typing them out real quick. And in the
Can I just
meantime-
type out the letters? I'm
yeah,
assuming.
Yeah, that's fine. She go ahead and give me 2 luck checks to see what she figures out.
While he's distracted doing that, I start flipping more switches on the other one.
Oh my god, Mo, you saved the day. And one more.
Well,
Oh no.
and there it goes.
Okay. You describe the first thing you're dealing with, because the thing you're looking at, this box with the dials on it. And you kind of describe what's going on. And she's like, oh, easy. It's just Adra. Put in the numbers for Adra. You know, A is
did.
1, E is 5, D
Oh.
is 4. I don't know what R would be. And then A would be 1.
I have the cipher right here.
All right, you put in 15481. There's a click, and the latch opens up. And inside, go ahead and give me 4 luck checks.
This was simple.
I want to do.
Wait, did you just brute force that luck?
No, it's the
Oh,
actual
okay.
code for Adra.
Oh.
Ooh, those are good checks. All right.
Norda doesn't know that. Zeke does.
What language is Adria? Or what is Adria?
We
I
need
forget.
one more luck
Like
check,
common?
right? There you go.
The code
God
for
damn
box
it.
had nothing to do with any cipher. It was just literally how many letters into the alphabet the letters of Adra are.
Yeah, but it depends on which cipher you're using. So probably
It's-
the common one.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, Nordo. What's the word for the plane of Earth? Is there another name for it?
You look over, Nordo is just kind of idly flipping switches on this thing, not in any particular order. And he tells you, I don't know if there's a word for it. I don't know as much about that dialect. I speak Aquan, but I give you whatever the word is in primordial that you're looking for.
I already know the primordial word because I also speak.
Oh, you're
primordial.
looking for the Orcish word?
I'm just looking for the actual name of it. Just guess plane of air. I mean, if I knew it in primordial, I'll just know it in primordial.
Try Terra with 2 R's.
I have like 8 languages. I'm gonna have another one soon.
I have 2.
I also have 2 if it makes you feel better. I lied, I have 3.
Better, I only have
No,
4.
because your stats are way better than mine. You should know less.
Yeah, but I roll like shit, so it doesn't matter.
I have 6 languages. None of them are speakable by normal people except common.
I think we both speak undercommon.
Yep, both do at least. And we both speak primordial.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's deep speech and qualith.
Yeah, I don't speak this.
For Ace and myself, Flick, we are both archaeologists. No, anthropologists.
Oh.
We're people. Like, are there spiders here?
A couple.
Please don't say yes.
Just like little ones.
No!
Just a couple little ones. Just some little guys.
Nothing big. I wonder, like, what the spiders eat down here. Are there flies? They probably are flies if they're a dead body.
That's everything contained in the box. You do see that behind the wooden facade, it is a metal box.
Cool.
I'm gonna add all the non-stillstone stuff into the party loot. I don't know if someone wants to add the stillstones to the like crafting page or whatever.
Unless somebody stops me, I take the holy symbol for myself.
Yeah, easy enough. It's basically just a necklace that is the 5 golden rings with a simple chain. Nice. What's up?
I don't know if you saw me, but I sent the numbers up here for Mechanist.
Gotcha.
14, 1, 3, 8, 1, 5, 15, 23, 21.
Okay, and where are you putting that?
The Mechanist boy.
Okay, so... Alright, you plug in all of those numbers by turning the dials. Real quick, just so that I know that... Or what does it look like on this dial?
I assume it's going clockwise, so 14 would be, let's see this, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to say it would be this one, because this would probably be 0. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So the square and the circle.
Okay, solid. Perfect. You get it. You put in all of those numbers on this board, and nothing happens. Again, you have all 3 of these boards, and then there is a little lever map, but there is I'll draw it on here, a little lever.
Is it like a lever that like looks like I need to have all 3 of them at the same time done, or?
Hard to say. Who knows?
Also, what is the word for the plane of Earth in Primordial?
In Primordial, it would just... Oh my god, I don't know. It's the Primordial...
Or Terra, or what is the common name for it, I guess?
Plane of Earth. That's what most people call it.
Any other names that are like...
Not really. Most people call it like the elemental plane of Earth or something like that.
What do people from the elemental plane of Earth call it?
Home, or, you know, like the primordial words for elemental plane of Earth. Like, people on the material plane still call it the material plane. They call it the plane of Earth or the Earth plane.
But we're on Earth. Are there other planets in other planes?
Oh boy.
S-
Oh my god. Nomad and only Nomad give me a luck check at disadvantage.
Oh no, this is never fun.
Actually, Flick can also give me a nature check.
While that's going on, Mo just
14.
takes the piece of paper and like sprints upstairs back to the tablets, and he just says, "Samson, you need to put the name Samson in," and then hands the paper over to Ace.
And then I put Samson in with the cipher that I have. I can take it down to you right now if you want to look over to make sure it's right.
Okay, you put Samson in. I assume you put it on all 3 boards?
Yep.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Nothing happened.
What's this piece of paper about?
Again,
We need to pull the lever, and then I go over to pull the lever.
Alright, you pull the lever, and the entire room around you guys rocks. From behind the stone walls, you hear creaking and groaning and spinning, and you can feel the ground underneath you on this platform start to kind of shake and tremor a little bit.
I immediately push it back the other way.
Okay. Alright.
Also, for the record, just fact, I would have pulled the lever after I typed it in.
Yeah,
I'm smart enough to realize I need to pull the lever.
A couple more seconds go by, and then everything stops. It's quiet again.
Nordo,
Sorry,
this is the point. Nordo, this is the point of this all.
I guess you're right, little orc. Those little buttons can do some big stuff, it looks like.
Secret codes, my friend.
Flick, you're aware that other large celestial bodies exist, and they're sometimes used by the navigator to figure out which way you're going. Nomad, who knows, man? You've spent most of your life underground.
Mm.
Okay,
Wasn't the
we should.
question whether there were planets on other planes? Like, if I went to the plane of Earth, would there still be
Yeah.
planet?
I
Is
can't think of
space just sand?
I can't think of anyone that has like planar traveling experience here. Or I guess if you're proficient in Arcana, you could give me an Arcana check.
Well, when we go to a different plane, I know what I'm immediately doing.
Okay, Nordo, we should get everyone back before we pull this lever again.
I suppose you're right.
Hey,
I
Moat.
gather up all my torches.
I go gather my actual torch.
Hey, Moat. Who is this Samson person that's so important?
That's a great question that I rolled on earlier. I have no idea.
They must have been really important if their name is the code for this temple.
Sounds like it.
Yule,
picks
you're
the
old.
bloody
Do you
name
know Samson? No.
Oh my god, maybe.
Hey, yeah, I know that. I know the story of that Samson guy. He was like super fucking strong. He could kick anybody's ass until they cut his hair, and then they found out he was a big wuss. Right?
I think
Am I
that's
thinking
from
of
a
the right
different
guy?
universe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get them mixed up.
You need to stop reading so many comics.
Can I borrow some
Anyway.
comics?
I then hand Nomad a graphic novel version of the Old Testament.
Perfect.
This is
Like, here,
violent.
I'm like, here, go nuts, pal.
This is definitely something that Nomad should have. There's
Yeah.
no way that Nomad reading the Bible could go wrong.
It's not that.
I can see it how he'd be like, actually, everyone, slaves are okay. We're not doing anything wrong.
No, it is all right to sell your daughter for prostitution. You need the money.
Here, you have sinned. Let me hand you a stone.
Oh,
Now you are
God.
better.
Oh boy, okay.
So we get everyone into this room so we can pull this lever.
Does anyone have a whip? This person says here, if anyone wrongs you, you can chase them with a whip. This Jesus Christ fellow.
Have the Old Testament.
Oh, the new one is new.
It's coming. It's coming out next week. They're still working on it.
I can't wait. I mean, this excites me so.
Could
It
you
looked
imagine being? You could imagine being like a priest back in the day. Like, oh my God, the new story's coming out. I'm so excited. Can't wait to read it. Another story, guys. Oh, weekly update.
Guys, it's the sequel.
Alright, you gather
The
everybody
Bible too.
up. Yule decides to go back and rest some more because she's still feeling a bit down, but says that if you need her again, she'll be around for like one more hint, guys. For real, that's it.
Thanks,
Maybe
Yule.
Maybe
And
you
also
can start-
God.
maybe you can start moving that that engine.
I
Put it
pull
on
the
the
lever.
I don't mean to be a naysayer here, but do we know what's going to happen when we pull that lever? I mean, the last time I pulled it, the whole room started shaking.
I'm assuming that these things started spinning, Feck. These gears.
Nothing started actually, like you felt everything kind of starting to click and clatter behind the wall, and you felt like a rock in this platform, like it was about to do something, but it didn't start moving.
Well, we're gonna find out, and I just pulled the switch.
Alright.
Shell defense immediately.
Perfect. Everybody kind of like braces themselves. And then there's this real loud groaning noise, the sound of all these gears and things moving behind the walls. You can tell that you've definitely kicked something up. Oops, that's an accident. I dragged it over. That's not really there. And things have like come alive behind you, and you can feel a click of the platform, like it's definitely reacted to that lever being pushed. But then about 5 or 10 seconds go by, everything goes quiet, and that's it.
Well, that was a little bit anticlimactic. That word was
Okay,
English.
so quick question for someone who knows about gods, because I don't really know that much. Are any of them associated with certain planes? Like, I know that we had Adra as a code earlier. Could that be a code up here?
Judging by the DM's reactions, it's hard to say. Look at all these numbers.
Could someone just give me the names of the gods so I can plug them in, because
Zuanu, Sarah, Bast, Jujak, Adra.
which one's which?
It's hard to say. First instance, I believe this one might be our plane of existence, perhaps. It's hard to say. It's just a
Okay, the
skeletal
one with the
hand.
fiery eye is going to be this one. The one that looks like a robot goes on this one. And, I'm not sure what this last one is.
The
fact
robot
is-
one.
Does it
Fine.
sound like a door may have opened like a mile down where the ocean is?
Oh boy, give me a perception check. You definitely heard things happening behind the walls, but nothing from down below. Other than just, the rush of wind. Ace, what's up?
That was old.
Okay.
Does it look like there's like gears or something, or like something like an elevator or shaft? Something could be here.
When
Like a
Vasu,
moving platform?
When Vasu flew down, he definitely saw tracks that would.
Shu looks
It's-
toward the ceiling and curses seemingly at God himself for a moment. Vasu didn't do shit, that was all me!
I'm sorry.
I'm the one who did all the fucking wave work down there, pal!
Shu did all of that.
Okay, quick
And you
question.
better fucking remember it!
Did you
Just
reveal
check
something like
inside.
right here, or am I seeing stuff I'm not supposed to be
I did.
seeing?
Those are the patterns that are currently plugged in based on Ace's. That's what Ace put into all of these tablets.
With the name Samson.
Yeah, that is the name Samson converted to each of these
Oh.
systems.
The second row, it needs to say Tomorello. It needs his last name.
Okay, I'll put it on the third row because the third row is the one that needs it.
Sure.
The third row is one that has Tomarello and the code.
Yeah, give me the first number of each just so I know you can do it.
It's Tomarello is over T, so the first one is going to be a 26. Then over here, it's going to be.
Wait, 26?
Sorry, 20. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong row. So 20 for this one. 10100. And then for this one, this one should be 26.
Perfect. All right, you use your cipher, you plug in Samson Tomarello. Nothing happens immediately.
Even after you pull the lever?
You pull the lever, everything starts to click and shake, and after about 2 or 3 seconds, all of you feel your stomachs jump up a bit as the floor under you begins to lower and the gears start to spin, and the entire floor begins to descend down into this tunnel, down and down and down and down. And as it does, all around you, illuminated by Moat's torch, you see bright blue spots on the walls that kind of come up and then rise and rise until they're out of reach. One on the left wall, and then one on the right wall, 2 on the bottom wall, and then 1 on the top wall, until eventually you guys have gone down probably a good 400 or 500 feet, which takes a better part of 5-6 minutes. Until the entire platform jolts and rocks and everybody kind of has to catch their footing for a second. And when it stops, there is an illuminated patch on the wall right here.
Go through it.
Samson Tomarello, does his last name sound like a specific language to me?
Common?
Just sounds common to me.
It just sounds common to you.
Okay, before you continue any further, Moat, I want you to make some sort of check to try to take the torch from Shu, because he's not just gonna let.
That's fine. As I run
I
past,
will
I just try to
assist.
grab it out of his hand.
I will hold Shu down while you grab it.
He has flyby and 60 feet of flying speed. Y'all motherfuckers can try.
And I will.
I kill Shu there.
No.
Flyby only works for if he doesn't have disengage.
Oh my god, he's alive. Both those miss. Oh, that one doesn't.
Please.
Alright, Shul.
You don't have to. You don't have to resort to this, please. He's just a child. Don't give him the torch.
Vasu, take the torch from your animal.
I
Wow, rude.
give Shu a proper scolding and then pass the torch on.
Thank you, Shu.
Thank
Give
you.
him another one of
Here I have
Nomad's
lots.
green torches. To
Also, I'm
hopefully save him.
currently still wearing the bonnet, so I give him like a shaking grandmother judgmental look to Shu, just like, you know what you did. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Alright, as you guys kind of step through, you find a small chamber.
Is there space for?
There is. I know it's crowded because, everybody has their own 5-foot square, but this is the size of a very, very large room. This is about the size of a small house all put together. It's 30 feet deep and probably 15, 20 feet wide. You can see that there are these 2 staircases that go down about maybe 5 or 6 feet, and then they double back down for another 7 or 8 feet. Those steps are a little steeper. And as you kind of look down, you see just the feet poking out of what appears to be a skeleton.
I once
that
again,
him?
just like the last room, just kind of as soon as I see the skeleton, get really excited and immediately just start running down.
I once again grab Mode and tell him to slow down.
Alright.
And also
Alright.
would like to look for danger.
Sure. Norda, give me a perception check. And Gale, what's up?
As we enter here, I look for any gold, jewelries, or anything lootable, and begin to take it.
You do actually see, as you kind of head over towards the railing and look down where Mode and Nordo are already starting to rush off, that there is a little wooden box that has been set at the foot of this stone slab that the skeleton is on. There is a set of clothing that has been folded at the bottom of the box. And then on top of it, there appears to be a scabbard with a weapon inside of it, a small leather pouch, and some sort of a necklace of some sort. But it's all down there, and nobody's gone down there yet.
Alright, well,
I fly down there immediately.
seeing that, I rush to it and start taking it.
Alright, the clothing, it appears to just be kind of like these nice red robes with this golden lace trim. The sword and the... Oh, fuck, what else? Hang on, let me double check.
I don't even really examine it. I see gold and I'm just like,
Just
cool,
take it.
and I just start shoving it.
Alright, perfect.
It's been more than 10 minutes, right? Since the fight.
It has. You guys spent
Okay.
a bit longer than expected on those puzzles. I'm sorry.
How long has it been since the battle?
It has probably been at least an hour of thinking, and then even just that elevator ride took about 5 minutes. So it's been a little over an hour.
All right, you can clear my hand raise.
Okay.
Yeah,
Slow
my
down there, little dragon. Some of this might be important.
my weapons are gone.
I start looking for a placard with Samson's name on it.
So you don't find a placard, but you do see that literally just kind of scrawled. It looks like it was finger painted with plain ink at its foot are the words Samson Tomarello. It looks like it was literally, not hastily, it was done as cleanly as it could be done, but it was just finger painted with ink. Samson Tomarello.
Hey, Flick, do you know anything about this guy? The death note that the other Order member left said that lest the sea swallow what is bitten off, referring to Samson's bones.
Oh, did I do a check for that yet? I don't think I did.
Oh boy. Give me a luck check.
Does he look like he's missing any body parts?
You have no idea what he's talking about. And
Even with a 17?
even with a 17. And no, the skeleton appears to be fully intact. It looks skeletal, like there's no flesh attached to it. It's literally just a skeleton, bones. And it's kind of been like hastily laid out in the right shape, but like the bones aren't connected together. It kind of looks like somebody brought a bag of bones here and then arranged them in roughly the right shape.
Why?
So another member of your order brought these bones here, meaning to take them to the Firebird's roost, and what he wasn't able to do so he just left them here for the next person to take over.
And then crawled up there and died.
That's
I'm
the part that doesn't quite add up to me. I wonder if he died down here
And then
someone
he
took him
reset.
up there.
Yeah, and then he reset all the traps, all the puzzles.
But we don't know that it was him. There could have been other
could have been-
inhabitants of this
yeah.
place.
So I doubt it's that fellow.
It sounds like if you read through the death note that the other order member left, it sounds like he was sent here to put Samson's bones where they are right now, which is probably why his name is so shittily just painted, like it just got added. I couldn't even begin to tell you why I need to move him.
Does
But
the order not tell you anything?
they tell me what I need to know.
Well, perhaps we can go ahead and get this body out and try and head to the roost area.
Well, I don't know where Firebird's roost is. They just sent me to find the bones.
They didn't think that it was important to tell you the code to get into here.
Or what to do now that you have the bones?
Just told you to.
Well, they
come
told me
grab
to
some
collect the
nasty
bones.
body.
Well, let's put it in a sack and we can leave, I suppose.
My torch isn't lighting anything up in here, is it?
Apart from the entryway, no.
Do I see any tracks going in and out of this place, or any, maybe not tracks, but other signs of anyone having come in and out of this room, and how long ago since such a thing has happened?
Sure, give me either survival or investigation. You see little drops of blood that seem to come down the northern stairwell and to this place. And you can see that in places it looks like they were cleaned, and in other places they got missed. In other words, somebody tried to cover up the blood that was left behind, but they just didn't do a very thorough job. Apart from that, there's just dust and, again, little bits of ash covering everything. It looks largely untouched, and it looks like that blood is long since dried, but still visible, which means it can't be any older than maybe like several months at the most.
It seems to me.
like,
Continue.
looks to me like your other order member was injured in the process of getting this fella down here, and I don't know, maybe he came down here and then died, and somebody else took him back up there to the mausoleum, or I don't know.
Maybe
but
something like that. But if you read through his death note, he clearly brought the bones here, but they weren't supposed to stay here. It seems almost like whoever this Samson guy is, his bones are being taken to places of elemental importance, step by step. I mean, it says I've lain his bones here, but it's not where his eternal is. And then it says that the next thing he was going to do was take him to Firebird's roost.
This is an
Either
awful lot
way.
of travel for a dead guy.
It is, which really begs the question of who he is, but either way, they just sent me to get the bones. I'm just going to grab them, I'll report back in, and if they want me to do something else with it, I'll go from there.
Yay, let's do it. Mission success, would you say?
I feel great about it.
Could you do that like weird thing that you do?
I'm gonna need some.
The
some
thing where you
Not Yeah, when you detect undead, not that thing where you lie about all of your skills.
oh, okay, got it. Yes, I will use divine sense.
Moat's two abilities: divine sense and lying about proficiencies.
They're both pretty excellent, honestly. Yeah, you pop a divine sense, and you start to look around the room. And while he's doing that, Ace, what have you been up to?
So you said that there was like water on the steps. So are there any?
No water on the steps. It looks like it looks like the blood spots, like in places somebody tried to clean them, like it's either smudged or fully erased. Like there's a couple steps that don't have any blood, and then there's another step that has a little drop of blood. It looks like somebody tried to hastily clean it but didn't get everything.
Gotcha.
but
All right. Can I like look around the room and see if there's anything of interest, like writing or anything, other than what's fingerprinted?
Sure. Give me perception or investigation. Moat, you pop a divine sense and you take a look around the room, and you don't sense any undead or fiends or celestials. Ace, you take a look around to see if there's anywhere else that might contain useful information or writing or valuables, and you do spot that under the little stone slab where this body has been left, there is it looks like a secret compartment, like where that sort of thing could potentially be stored. But you pop it open and it appears empty. But you do find a hidden secret compartment that is empty in here.
Interesting.
Moat.
Okay, I know we kind of talked about this earlier, but this is all starting to seem a lot like somewhere out there's a Ryujin that's getting too powerful. Did I overhear any conversations about something like that during my time at the Orator or anything like that at all?
Give me either Arcana or Luck.
There it is. It's a good thing Moat's lucky.
It is a good thing that Moat is lucky. That's actually his second crit 20 on a luck check today.
It's the only thing he's actually good at.
Okay, let's do this.
It's just being lucky.
Well, let's do this then. This is now the second fun Nat 20 backstory thing that has happened. You have been racking your brain trying to think of who this Samson Tomarello fellow was. And you know that you've heard that name somewhere, it means something. And as you're looking over all of these bones and all of the belongings and everything that has been set here, all these bones that are laid out on like this red velvet thing that you imagine is probably what they were carried in, you have a sudden memory of your time at the Order, where you feel like you accidentally kind of overheard something you weren't supposed to. You came around a corner, and a few of your superiors were having a hushed conversation, and you heard just the very tail end. You heard the name Samson Tomarello, and something about imbalance among the elements, and something along the lines of that's the way things are, the way they are right now, and maybe we could put things back if we could set things right somehow, and how the 4 elemental guardians needed to be brought in line, and something about a phoenix. And then you kind of stepped into the room. They realized that you were present and you were listening, and they got real hush-hush, real quiet. Very, very obviously you had walked in on something you weren't supposed to hear. And that's what you remember.
Because he was lucky. He walked into just the right conversation.
I love Moat's the best. His entire backstory is just being lucky, so it's so appropriate.
How'd you become a part of the Order of Balance Mode? Oh,
just falling backwards into a bunch of strange success.
It's been working out for him. He's gonna keep going.
I feel like if we keep Moat loud around, we're just not gonna die. I hope.
That's basically Nordo's entire backstory.
He's a good luck charm.
Stick with Moat. Nothing ever goes wrong with Moat.
Ready to head out?
Anyway. Yeah, I think so. So you said I found like a box that these bones probably came in originally, or something like that.
So there's a box that contains a bunch of stuff, which Gale has rifled through and started to equip. He has put a necklace around his neck and a scabbard around his waist. It also contains
Anything that I can't wear, I'm pocketing and sticking into my backpack.
It's all much too large for him, but there's also a couple of nice sets of fine clothing
Wait,
in there.
was this guy supposed to be a halfling?
No, this guy, the bones, they look human. They look about human size.
Oh, that's fine.
Actually, can I do a check on him since I'm like favorite enemy is humanoids, and can I tell what species he is by looking at his bones?
That's possible. Give me a medicine check. Do it with int if you feel like it, and you can do it with advantage because of your favorite enemy thing.
Can I do the same check just because of medicine proficiency?
You can.
Could I do it just because I'm really racist against elves?
Yes, but your
And I
answer,
could-
your results will only apply if he's an elf.
That's fine.
If there's an elf in this campaign named Samson,
No.
But his last name is Tomarelli?
no, that's a real person, I think.
Vasu, he's not an elf. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to tell. There's no such thing as ear bone.
I was
Nordo,
gonna say, I can't tell. His ears are gone.
Nordo and Ace, you're both fairly certain that he was probably human.
Well, he was most likely a human. That really matters, but might be easier to find more information about him later.
Maybe if you guys don't mind, don't wear his stuff. I might need it.
Gil,
You just needed the bones.
You're right. I'll take the bones for now. Just don't lose that stuff in case I do need it. And don't sell it. I'll pay you for it if that's what you want.
Hey, little
Fair
dragon,
enough.
maybe just let Moat hold on to that stuff. It's important.
Nah, it's okay. I mean, there's no reason for a skeleton to have it until, I know whether or not the skeleton needs it, as long as it's around.
Exactly. And besides, this dead guy is getting free transport all over the place. I feel like he needs to pay his fair share. Also, he's going to be traveling in style as soon as I'm done.
I do think that there's a lot more to this than just getting the bones, though, just so everybody knows. I think I might be supposed to, fix some kind of elemental imbalance. I'm still working it out in my head.
Maybe you should keep that down for now and wait till the order tells you what to do with the bones.
Oh, I'm gonna report in, don't worry.
Hey, everyone! There's some water coming in here. We should probably
Move on
be
before
wary.
the sea.
Where is the water coming from?
Yeah, so as you pointed out, and as those of you that notice it, you notice that there is water that seems to be trickling down the stairs, kind of along the edges of the stairs, and also kind of like down.
Maybe we should move on before the
swallow-
sea swallows what it has bitten off, so to speak.
I attack
Very
him with
well.
my quarterstaff.
When Moat did that divine sense, you would also know that you were still in hollowed territory. The bones themselves don't ring up as anything unusual. Nordo, you grab your quarterstaff and you just smack this water, and it kind of sprays in a line where you hit it. But it doesn't have the same solidness or weight or substance that it had when you were attacking the elemental. It kind of just feels like you just hit water.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, I kind of slowly and ceremoniously pack up the bones and get ready to go.
All right. As you kind of start to package them up, the cloth that they're sitting on starts to glow, kind of like this reddish orange color. And then there is a spark in the sound of a match lighting, and this strand of fire whips out of it, swirls around behind you, and forms a vaguely human shape that kind of just waits behind you on this little part of the balcony. Here.
Hello.
It's made of fire, I promise. It's got a little head shape. It's tall. It's probably 7.5, 8 feet tall or something in that order. But
Said it looks humanoid?
Looks vaguely humanoid in shape.
I just say, does it look aggressive? Can I tell?
It as soon as it forms, it. Oh my god! Give me an insight check.
Insight fire.
It's a stretch. Moat and Nordo, you both look back and you see that it kind of looks down at you. It extends a hand and you see another blade emerge, kind of like the water elemental. But then before you can decide what to do, and before it does anything, or before you can react, it starts to move towards the stairs.
Like the stairs out?
Like the stairs out, yeah.
Cool. I just say the Mausoleum of Ash is yours again, and I follow behind him.
Okay, yeah.
I repeated in Primordial for him.
Gale briefly drops all of the loot and is like, I'm sorry. It's yours, keep it. And then he walks away, and I quickly scramble and pick up the stuff and start running up the other stairway.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a ghost?
I attempt to grab it before you can pick it back up. Or at least some of it.
As you guys start to run up the stairs, you can see that the water is pouring faster and faster and faster, and by the time you get to the stairs, you realize that this entire stone platform is about an inch underwater.
Well, we get up. Everyone gets on there, and we just pull the lever. Hurry up, everyone! We don't have time to waste.
Is it high tide or something?
Has the hole even there because Moat isn't here with his torch?
The torch sheds 30 feet, so you can still see that shimmering surface to walk through.
Where's the fire elemental at this point?
It is walking up the stairs, coming with you guys, and it seems to be in a hurry.
Okay, cool. I was like, I wait for it. I walk right with it.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah.
After everyone, including the fire angel, are on the platform, I pull the lever.
Yeah, you do see that it is steaming around its feet, and it seems to be almost melting into it as it rushes through this water. But still, it heads through headstrong. And as it follows you guys out, you're greeted by water that is now, at this point, about up to your ankles.
I lift the hem of my robes up like a skirt and I tiptoe through.
Since I am not stopped by terrain, I'm the one who runs over here. And when everyone's on, I pull the lever to make it less dark.
Before you do that, as you emerge, you can see that at the center of all of this water is this rising, bubbling mound of water, something that seems to be forming in the center of it. And as you all rush out and as we roll initiative, you see what appears to be a very large dragon's face, and then these two large clawed hands and arms, a pair of wings that spread as this enormous watery creature pulls itself out, and it looks at Moat and at the fire elemental, and that'll be initiative.
That's a big feller.
Is that Ryujin? Can't be Ryujin, is it?
Nope. But it is a scion of hers. It's an aspect of her.
You can tell?
Gale is still scrambling to pick up any loot that he missed.
That's an excellent question. Do I know what this is?
Give me an Arcana check.
Do I get advantage because I want it?
No.
You have inspiration.
Yeah.
Don't need it.
If this thing was Ryujin, it would be way bigger than this, but it does have some of the right, it's vaguely.
Sorry, I was checking if it was a servant of Ryujin. Have I ever heard of servants of Ryujin?
Yeah, you would know that most of the major elemental powers that be have servants and allies. This is probably something related to Ryujin, some sort of servant or relative.
Tight.
Also, Moat, you still sound great this week. I'm happy.
You do sound good.
I'm using Dash's headset again.
Oh, that's...
Okay, so seeing this big-ass water elemental, it seems like we definitely have more pressing matters to attend to. But, Beck, did you see that thing I whispered you?
I will double-check it. Also, I did just notice the time. I don't know if you guys want to do a round of this or save it for next week. It's kind of your call.
Let's keep going!
I'm down for either.
Sound good either way.
Alright, we'll give it a round and see what happens.
Besides, if we quit now, we'll have to level up right in the middle of this combat. That'll be weird.
That would be super weird. Vasu, I will say that because you've been trying to do that on the way out, you've been You've been undoing the damage that he's been taken by walking through water.
Okay.
Yeah. He kind of glows a little bit brighter. He seems a little more fiery resolved.
I can't make him do a little dance though.
You don't seem to gain like the ability to control fire elementals, no.
Do I get the feeling that he wants to dance though?
Right now it looks like he kind of wants to fight whatever the fuck this thing is.
Okay, that's fair.
You tell him it's gonna get destroyed because it's made of water.
Alright, Ace, you were the first to act. What would you like to do?
Hunter's Mark, and then he's going to get 2 attacks. And reading over the new thingy, my second attack on my first turn gets the double damage, so I made another thing for that.
Yep,
So this is
correct.
the first attack.
Oh boy, 25 is plenty. This guy's he's real big. It's not terribly hard to hit. For 13 damage. 17 for another 13, or sorry, for another 14.
And then I'm going to try to wheel around over here towards the lever.
Alright, you do see the lever is still barely above the water. It will take an action, or I'm sorry, an action or an item interaction to pull it.
Yeah, not everyone's on the platform though, so.
That's a very good point. Alright, at the end of your turn, before Vazu goes, as a legendary action, one of these big watery hands reaches into his chest cavity, or what would be its chest cavity, and it pulls out this ball of water. It throws it into the bottom left corner of the room, and there you can see it turns into a hand shape that starts. Pull it up. There we go. Alright, now it's Vazu's turn.
Oh boy. So right now the fire elemental is looking pretty big and pretty bright. He's looking alright.
He's still doing alright. You can tell that this
Okay.
water is going to be an issue for him, though.
Right. Well, I have hunches about his role in this fight and how to help it probably when we continue it next week. But for now, I'm just gonna fly closer to this guy and try to stab at it with my spear.
Alright, easy enough.
Oh no!
Oh no, 8 unfortunately is a miss. There's nothing you can do about that.
Take this then.
Yeah, as you fly up, he just swats you aside, but then you do follow up with the talons. 22 does hit for 9 slashing. Alright.
Alright, that's my turn.
Delightful. The hand. You watch as this hand kind of surfs around until it gets over to this. It makes a fist and grabs around the gear, and then the entire hand just freezes solid, wrapped around this gear.
Oh.
At this point, the elemental is going to burst out of here, doing its best to not hit any of you because it knows that's not good for you guys.
Melt the hand, friend.
Whoa, that's too much damage. Yeah, it's going to do exactly that. It is going to melt this thing. And then some of this. Alright, he's doing it what he can on this this Ice Fist, but there's still a lot left to do. Brings us to actually at the end of his turn. It is going to try to stop that. You see he reaches a hand out towards the fire elemental, and a watery whip extends. Doing fucking massive damage to this fire elemental.
Oh
And it does also pull it. You can see it is rapidly being extinguished as it basically just starts to steam and hiss. It almost immediately loses about half of its size. Now it's Flick's turn.
Okay. Is this difficult terrain yet, the water?
Right now it is just at about ankle height, so yeah, that would be difficult terrain.
Okay. Yes, bonus action. Dash over here. And...
This thing extinguishes magical flames. My torches!
20 is good. You start hacking and slashing into this ice, carving off a big chunk of it.
Oh, the hand turned into ice? I missed that part.
Yeah, so the entire hand gripped around the skier and then froze itself solid. I suppose I should probably do this.
Why don't I have anything that's fire? Okay, that's all I'll do then.
Alright, that brings us to the Scion. This thing is going to look down at Moat and Nomad and Nordo, and this will also hit Elise and Gale, even though he's unaware of it, and unleashes what appears to be a dragon's breath, but it rushes towards you like a wave of water. I need Moat, Nomad, Nordo, Elise, and Gale to give me a strength saving throw.
Oh, it had to be strength.
I'm gonna use my inspiration if I can.
Alright.
I'm gonna do the same.
Probably still not good enough.
Cool boy. You're looking for a 16.
Jesus.
On a 16 or better, you're fine. Otherwise, you are pushed back 10 feet and you are knocked prone.
I'll take it. I don't think I'll save even if I take my inspiration.
Do I stay in my cell since there's a wall right behind me?
You do. Knocked prone.
Okay.
I'm pushed
What about-
inside here, right?
Correct.
So I can't tell where I'm at. Do I hit a wall or I go through?
You would be pushed to here and knocked prone.
Okay.
That is the end of its turn, though. Which brings us back to Nomad.
I get up, and dust myself off, and I grumble, and I say thank you. I walk back in, because I don't want to be left behind the platform later. I'll go here. Then I drop all my torches here.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't get extinguished.
They do not get extinguished, fortunately. Not yet.
Oh, thank goodness.
Not over there,
my
anyway.
My sweet baby torches, don't touch that evil dragon, horrible creature. And then, I toss my Mind Flayer orb up and down. The next time I catch it, it's like it splashes in the air. And the little droplets that fly up turn into these weird little glass-like piranhas. And I direct it toward this weird Scion thing, and all three of them attack. God damn, they will never roll any better than...
So the first two
10.
do still hit for 14.
Ooh, excellent. 8 and 16. And, yeah, they're just kind of here in this space. They're around its head.
Alright.
And, I'm gonna stick around here for a bit.
Okay, at the end of your turn, you see one of... he reaches into himself again, but this time he reaches into the center of his head. He makes a fist and he pulls, and there's another ball of water that he tosses into the air, and this time it takes the form of a very large eyeball that is floating about 20 feet off the ground.
You seize that. Stop it, silly. Silly goose.
How rapidly does the water seem to be rising, if it is?
Right now, pretty slowly, maybe half an inch to an inch per round.
Okay.
That brings us to Nordo's turn, though.
Okay. Is ankle deep water difficult terrain for a big old turtle?
Yes.
Rats. Okay, I stand up for half my movement. Use the other half to step out the door. Ew, boy, I will.
Bait the snot out of...
Am I within unarmed striking range of the Scion?
You are. This thing is enormous. You can hit it from basically any, like, interior cell of the platform.
Okay. So with my action, I will attack the hand of the Scion by throwing a spear.
Okay.
This will not be reckless.
Spear's got good range to 40, right?
Oh, I don't know. Let me look.
Can't remember if it's 30-90
It's
or...
2060.
Ooh, that's even lower than I thought. So it will be disadvantage unless you're reckless.
Okay, just right. Or I'll do a disadvantage.
Okay. It hits directly, but it seems to just glance off of the ice.
Okay, and then bonus action, unarmed strike on the Scion.
Alright. It's a hit. A little bit of water kind of like sprays off, and you feel the same impact that you had when attacking the water elementals before. With that said, it's just a tiny little chip. There's a lot left to go on this guy.
And that's it.
Alright. At the end of your turn, it is going to look down to you and to Moat. And it starts giving this hazy breath that feels extremely cold, and you feel the water around your ankles starting to freeze solid. And just barely misses the rest of them. So the water around your feet and Moat's feet has frozen solid. Let me double check. Uh, 15-foot cube. Because it's only up to your ankles, you are just grappled.
Gotcha.
Elise, only because she was pushed back by a nomad, is going to climb over this, kind of walks over the frozen water. Who needs healing? Everybody looks good. Everyone looks good.
The elemental needs healing.
Sure. Yeah, if you kind of point to the elemental, she'll give it a shot. She doesn't want to... She can't really get over to touch it, but she will cast Healing Word.
This little boop.
The elemental does glow a little bit brighter. And then she will use her main action to attack this thing. Missing terribly as she kind of like loses her footing on the ice. Brings us to Moat. You are currently grappled by this ice around your ankles.
Cool. Okay, I will stand up for half my movement. And then I just kind of get my axe and my shield at the ready, and the like silver filigree in the head of my axe kind of starts like shifting around like fire, and my eyes kind of start flickering a little bit, and I look up at the Scion and I just say, the scales demand you fall, and I will cast Mantle of Flames.
Hot.
And then I will just attack it.
Oh shit.
Of course.
11, it does get stuck a little bit shy of it.
And
see.
that is it.
All right, that brings us to Gale.
Oh, jeez. So I spit up some water, and I get up slowly, crawl up the stairs. Has it been long enough, or how long has it been since our previous fight?
It has been about an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay. In that case, I will. I can't get to anybody. Okay, I'm gonna have to just recast Arcane Weapon. Again, doing lightning damage.
Okay.
Get on the platform.
I literally can't.
Get on your dock and get on the platform.
Again, can't.
We'll leave you. Why?
All right, you caught
The
like
hand is stopping us anyway.
you got like a brief glimpse of this thing as you kind of poked your head through, and then were immediately blown back. But you know what's out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot that fucking dragon.
All right, you kind of just like aim up at this shimmering portal that you know leads out there and pull the trigger. I'm not going to even apply disadvantage because it's enormous and you know exactly where it is. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. Yeah, 25 is totally fine. For 15 piercing and lightning, you do see it leaves this ripple. Well, you don't because there's a wall in your face, but everybody else sees a lightning bolt pour out of that portal and kind of tear through this creature. All right.
And then Toto is going to. Over there, and that is all I can do.
All right. At the end of that turn, with the lair, you watch as this creature, it pulls its arms up into the sky and it begins to let out this gurgling, bubbling howl. All of the water all around you starts to swirl violently. Nomad, your torches begin spinning rapidly as they're just carried around in circles by all of this water that start to rise up all around the walls, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, in kind of like this bowl effect. And then all at once he brings both of his hands down with a crash. The water follows and it slams into this platform. And... the entire platform drops 30 feet. And all of you that were standing ankle deep in water are now treading water.
Okay.
Moat and Nordo are dragged 30 feet down and are underwater with their ankles frozen in ice. Gale, you watch, well, you don't really see anything, but you hear a crash and something happens on the other side of that wall.
Does the ice melt from my mantle? Because it takes 5 points of fire damage from being in melee range and touching me?
Yeah, actually, I'll say that all of the ice in your space is melted by the mantle. So it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of your choice. You're in, what kind of armor are you wearing?
Chainmail.
Yeah, you can potentially tread water if you'd like.
Okay.
All right, Ace, that brings it back to you. You were kind of standing by this lever at the ready to pull it, and then everything got pulled out from under you, including the lever, which is now about 30 feet underwater.
2 questions first. How fast did the elevator descend? I guess when we were going in, it was like really fast, or was it kind of like around would be 30 feet type of thing?
It's really hard to say. It was not a particularly fast elevator.
Okay, and whenever it went down, did the hand like stay on the gear and go down with it?
It did.
I didn't hear what you said. You cut out.
It did, yes.
Fuck. All right. All right, I guess I'm gonna take a deep breath and I'm gonna use a dash action to dash down, and I'm just gonna pull the lever.
All right, sounds good. You hear the clicking and whirring, and those of you still above hear movement behind the walls as this mechanism begins to spin up. There are some bubbles that kind of pour out from all the corners of the room. Anything else? You still have an action. It's just an item interact. Oh, you dashed. That's right.
Yeah, I
have a
dashed.
question.
Yeah.
Can the platform submerge with the hand holding the gear in place?
It seems to go down with it. Yep. It's this awful like metal scraping noise. It clearly is not designed to be moved like that.
Well, it's broken now. What are we gonna do?
Vazu, you're floating above the water. Notably, you still see this dragon at the same level. It's just the platform has been dropped.
Yeah, this is. This further complicates the original, like, 3 hypothetical plans I had. So you said the Scion is still at the same level, right?
Yep.
Is the fire elemental inside the Scion still at the same level?
It is. Yep.
Okay, but there's like another additional 30 feet of water below me now.
Correct. For what it's worth, because you're close to it and have good perception, you do see that elemental is like working to escape and seems to be doing a pretty good job. Almost like grapples don't really affect him much.
Okay.
Flick would yell that if we get rid of the hand, we can move the elevator. And that's
Question-
what he's doing as he
30
smacks
feet
it with his sword.
Hey,
over
Feg, I have
and
a
over.
question for you. So you said that this turned to ice, right? So would it not be floating on top, and Nordo would not be underwater?
It melted around Moat, and it seemed to be... It got dragged 30 feet down with Nordo frozen to it. It did split and crack at the edge.
Gotcha.
So, like that.
Yeah.
So it's like
Flick,
frozen to the platform?
It seems to be the case, yes.
Gotcha.
I think Flick currently the hand of the Scion is down with the platform, which is 30 feet. down.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct.
So we can't really attack it.
Anyway, back to Vasu.
Can if you have range, but
True. But underwater fighting.
Yeah. Thinking quickly, looking between the Hand of the Scion, the big fire elemental, and Nordo, and deciding that there's probably really not a whole lot I can do to help either the Hand or Nordo attacking at range if I've got to shoot fire through the water somehow. I'm just going to run at the Scion and try to hit him a couple of times. This is going to be a flurry of blows.
All right. Uh, 22 is plenty. 22 is still plenty. For 21, 25 is plenty. Oh my god. 28, 38 damage. Or no, wait, math is hard. Yeah, 28, I had it right. This thing starts swatting as you basically go right up to its face and start beating it in. But it
I'm
keeps
just
him
like
shaken.
flying around its head like a very obnoxious and aggressive gnat.
Alright. That hand is already frozen. It's doing its job. The fire elemental is going to pull itself free. Oh boy. How smart are elementals? Smart enough to not do that, at least. Okay. This thing is going to fly... Oh my god. Can fire elementals fly? I should probably check, because if not, he's in a lot of trouble.
I think they have hover, maybe?
Here, step on the eye of the Scion or something.
Oh no.
Nope, just 50 feet.
Yeah, so this elemental pulls himself free, plummets into the water, and there is just a sizzle and popping and boiling very close to you, Flick.
If I'm close enough, can I like hold out my spear to it? And maybe it'll try to...
Sure. I'll give it a dex
Like
save.
I've got 50 feet of movement speed, and I'm pretty sure I can use a decent bit of that moving around this guy without provoking opportunity attacks. I'm trying to save this fire elemental
Yeah, okay.
without directly doing anything because I don't think I can help.
Alright, both of you give me dex saves, and I need your combined average to be at least... let's go with 19. So combined you need a 38.
Oh no!
Oh no. It doesn't go well. You try real hard. You reach your spear out, but it's just not far enough. This thing tries to lash out and grab onto it and hold onto it, but there's just a few licking wisps of flame as it falls into the water, and it's like dropping cotton candy into a lake. It's just gone in the blink of an eye.
Toto,
Oh, poor thing.
Toto uses his defensive pounce to shoo the water away.
I'll tell you what. Oh god, does Toto have a swim speed or anything?
Sure.
Give me a
The
moat check.
moat approach.
Yeah, give me a moat check.
Toto's moding.
He's moaning.
Yeah,
He has
no.
a 40-foot regular speed, and he's a dog. He can doggy paddle.
He can doggy
right
paddle
away.
for sure. Give me a dexterity check at disadvantage. They have a 14 combined. You could 14. No, that's not enough. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Makes it a 21. The number you were looking for was 38.
29.
Oh, oh yeah, you're right. It is 29. Anyway,
God, you have been
I'm
on point with your math.
Listen,
Just
I don't do
For
math.
real.
Flick, you're up.
Alright, as the water's probably only gonna get worse, and I feel like, water combat sucks. Let's see. The hand's considered a creature, right?
It is, yep.
Okay, good. God damn it.
God damn it. Yeah, unfortunately, 9. It just gets deflected by the water.
Can
and
I
slams
use my
into the wall.
inspiration on that?
Yeah, go for it.
God damn it again.
13 just hits for 6 force damage. You see a chunk of ice fly off and kind of rises up to the surface.
I want it to die, though.
Alright, anything else?
No.
Alright, at the end of your turn, Nordo, the ice around your ankles melts, and Gil, the ice under your feet melts as he breathes down towards Flick and Toto, seeing what you're doing over there, and freezes the water in a cube around you. And I believe that because you are mostly submerged, you are restrained in addition to grappled. Let me double check that.
At least
yes.
you're not drowning.
Yet.
Alright, meanwhile, this eye sees a flying creature it needs to deal with. What does it do?
Yeah, come at me, you son of a bitch.
Oh, it's going to do exactly that. The first thing it's going to do is it's going to fly away from all of your friends so that it's like a good, probably 20 feet above the water. And then kind of poking its little eyeball out from behind Daddy. It is going to fire 3 rays of frost at you.
Question.
Uh-huh.
Only the third one would hit, but is this a magic attack or is this a ranged weapon attack?
This is a ranged spell attack.
Can I deflect that?
Only if Deflect Missile says it works on ranged spell attacks.
It says ranged weapon attack.
No, it's not a
And I-
weapon attack.
I
Yeah, but
use
he's like an
I
elemental
use
monk.
key as my weapon. Back.
This sets a really bad precedent.
Set precedent.
Do it.
Okay,
I'm a fucking avatar.
Deflect, disintegrate later.
okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do.
Deflect fireballs.
Because,
Just say if it's like one of the 4 cardinal elements, I can deflect it.
because you're a 4 elements monk, I will allow you to deflect cantrip level spell attacks if they are one of the 4 elements. So yes.
Oh my god, that's so okay. I'm absolutely deflecting this. Yeah. It's not going to be effective at all, but I'm still doing it just because of rule of cool. So let's see. Damage is reduced by 1d10 plus text mod plus monk level.
I think you just don't take damage.
Yes, I think
like-
Dex
Yeah,
monk
I
is
mean,
enough.
yeah, dex
Can
mod
he
is
can
good.
he throw it back? That's the real question.
Oh yeah, I definitely can.
Yeah. he can do it, he can
But
do it.
yeah, but that takes a key point.
Oh shit, you're right.
I thought it was a key
I
to
also-
do it all, right?
No,
No,
it's a
it's-
reaction to do
Oh,
it. It's a
right,
key
right.
to throw it back.
The reaction to do it, key to reflect it.
Also, I don't know if cold works very well in these things.
Yeah, if it wasn't an ice elemental shooting me with ice, I would absolutely throw the missile back at it. But for now, I'm just gonna knock it off to the side and not take it.
All right, yeah. So the first two go wide on their own. The other one's headed straight for you. But you just harness its energy and kind of whip it up, and it flies up towards the ceiling and eventually kind of smacks into it.
Cool.
And then this guy is really not happy with you flying around its face. So I need you, and I believe only you, yeah, just you, to give me a strength saving throw.
Who?
Vasu,
Oh no.
as it unleashes a gout of water in your direction. Yeah,
I'm gonna use inspiration on that.
alright.
Shit.
Oh, yeah, so this thing catches you, it throws you 10 feet back, almost smacks you into the wall, but then without the hover thing, it means you fall prone into the water about 20 feet down. So you are at water level, prone. Narrowly missing that ice, actually.
That's good.
That brings us to Nomad.
How tall is the thing?
I have a thing for this. Where is it? It is...
Is it level with like the eye of Scion?
So the eye is currently floating about 20 feet above the surface of the water. This
Yeah.
thing looks like it is about 70 feet tall out of the water.
Is it like? Is any of it level with the eyes? I'm at.
Right now the eye is at about where its like lower waist would be, I guess. Like its belly button.
Okay, cool. I just want to know if I can hit it with an AOE and the creature.
Oh, you can definitely hit the eye and the Scion at the same time, for sure. You're just going to
Okay,
be hitting
perfect.
like its waist, not its head.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Eyeball. Just makes
Ooh,
it.
that
right
makes
now.
it.
Ooh, that does not
Woohoo!
go for 19 thunder.
And then all of these are on the Scion. Bonus action. 24, 20. For
Uh,
12 damage.
Yeah, for 12 damage, it's something. All right. At the end of your turn, or anything else before I go on? All right. At the end
My
of your
turns are
turn,
fast.
it is going to reach into its chest once more, and it is going to pull out another bottle of water, and it is going to throw it, and it lands with a splash at the surface of the water. And it's kind of hard to make out because it's water and water, but you see a couple of fingers as another hand forms.
Oh no.
Nordo, you are 30 feet underwater.
Okay. Well, this changes things. I don't have swim speed, but I do have enough movement, even swimming, to get up Thyara. And I will hold an action to attack that hand if it approaches the gear that I'm standing right next to.
All right, sounds good. Elise. She's in plate. She should do one of these. She's a sturdy gal. She is going to... Oh, she's already used that for the day. She is going to do something. Let's see. Yeah, she is going to hold her sword towards this thing. It glows for a moment and then fires just this little bead of light straight towards it. It smacks it right in the face, and you guys watch as this glowing light emanates all over its body. lighting it up and making the next attack against it a little easier.
Yay!
Which brings us to Moat.
Yeah, I see an opportunity and I go for it.
Alright.
I start by casting Wrathful Smite as my bonus action,
Alright.
and then I will try to swing on this Scion.
Hell yeah. You got advantage because of the guiding bolt.
Fuck yeah.
Oh god. Oh yeah, you already know what's happening. So there's the smite.
Fucking sick.
Damage. Damage is so
Yeah.
low though.
Yeah, that was really shitty smite damage. Where is?
The Wrathful Smite as well, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Here we go.
Oh my god.
$29 damage in a single hit.
Holy shit. And a wisdom save.
Aw.
Well, as you slam into this thing, you see the entire thing visibly reels back. Oh yeah, is there more?
If it can take fire damage, it takes an additional 5 fire damage. I'm guessing it can't.
Let me check.
34 damage in one hit.
It has resistance, but it does take some. Hit me with that. So you said it was 5 more?
Yes.
Alright, as you slam into this thing, it lets out this horrible dragon-like roar, and it stoops over and it looks straight at you. And you see just this burning rage in its eyes, and in Primordial, this booming voice. No, it can't be. It can't be! And then at the end of your turn, it is going to refreeze you. Just so. Yeah, same. Gale,
Also same.
You hear all of this coming from the other side of the wall you can't see through.
Gale comes limping through the wall, kind of holding his side because he fell on the scabbard when he got knocked down.
Yeah.
And where's the water level
So,
exactly in order?
On a kobold, the water is about to your knees, but what happens when you step through the wall is there's no longer a platform under it, so it's like you accidentally stepped off a step in a pool.
Okay, so I just fall into the water.
Yeah, I mean, you can give me a dex save if you want to catch yourself.
I guess that's my turn. It's fine.
No, you can still do stuff.
That's how every game that I've played with you in the past week has gone. It's fine.
He's been playing a lot of Blood Bowl lately, and it hasn't been going well.
Blood Bowl and Descent and...
Oh,
There you
was a
go.
nightmare, too.
9.
With a dex save, you do fall in the water, but you don't fall prone or anything, so you still have 15 feet of movement.
I mean, the platform's what, 30 feet down now?
The platform is 30 feet down, but you do see a frozen shelf of ice right next to you that Elise and Moat and Nomad are kind of frozen neck deep in. But you could just climb onto it.
Am I frozen in it?
Moat actually is
Head to
not,
toe
that's right.
covered in metal, I start sinking pretty quick. But I will aim my gunbow up at this awful creature.
Alright. $22 is good for another 15.
So good.
As this bolt of lightning, you actually feel just a little tingle because you're firing from about water level. But fortunately, it does most of its damage to the monster instead of you guys.
Is Toto still frozen?
Toto is now free.
Okay, cool.
However, or anything else? Yeah, Toto still got a turn.
Yeah, so I'm going to use my bonus action to command Toto to drink, and he's just going to start sucking in this water elemental.
Okay.
Oh no! This mechanism.
13 does hit. He manages to like grab onto this little bit, and it's kind of like chewing through jello very, very rapidly. It's a little thicker and more tangible than normal water. And he just starts ripping and tearing and getting some work done. Anything else?
Come to my side and aid me.
Alright, perfect.
Yeah, that's about all I got.
Alright, at the end of the turn, he's going to try to drag the platform down even further. This time,
Stop being a dick.
This time, it is actually going up. So it does come back up 30 feet and then gets slammed down 10 feet. For a nut change of plus 20, which means those of you who are underwater are only 10 feet underwater now. Flick and Nordo.
If I was
And
prone
Ace.
on the surface of the water, am I dry now?
No,
Oh,
you're still on the
okay.
surface. It's just all the underwater
Okay.
stuff got moved around. That does bring us to Ace.
How deep underwater did you say I was? Because I'm also underwater.
Oh,
because
yeah,
of
that's
the
right.
switch.
So you are now 10 feet underwater.
Okay, how much of him is underwater?
Enough that you can attack him. Like, he seems to go all the way down. There's like this channel of swimming water, or swirling water.
Using a bow at the surface of the water, does that like affect it all, or can I like just like come back over here at the surface of the water and shoot it with my bow and not have a disadvantage?
Because a bow is like a two-handed ranged weapon, I'd say you could give me athletics or acrobatics, and on a 15 or better, there's no impact. Otherwise, you would fire at disadvantage.
Maybe you can climb on this ice shelf.
I can't swim that far.
Uh,
No swim speed. Okay, I'm gonna try that then. I'll go up here and I'll try doing a dex and then a bow.
Sure, give me acrobatics.
also gotta work now.
Oh yeah, we'll wrap up. We're at the top of the round anyway, so that's a good place to call
So,
it.
I have disadvantage then.
Yep, disadvantage.
So no sneak attack.
No sneak. Uh, 13 does still hit for 13 damage.
God damn.
Alright. With that, we will move to Vasu's turn, and that is where we'll pick up next week.
That's fine. I didn't want to attack him.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Okay. It's
Can we
fine.
do Vasa's turn first? He usually takes very long.
From way, way above you, with your bonnet that she seems to have stolen back when you asked her puzzle.